pushed him up the hill. So.
Okay, so we're good to go. As we go at it, coming out of turn number 16 and down to the line, we're going to get a full course yellow. Yellow flag comes out at the line. And as soon as we can get our timing and scoring up, we can actually put names to these carts and tell you what's going on. I think that was actually a local yellow that the flagman was giving at that point, because that's where the trouble was coming up the hill out of 1 and down into 2. So apologies there. We're still under green for the full course. It's just a local yellow around that area.
And so still a couple battles happening around the track here. Waiting on time and scoring to get back up, and we'll find out who it is.
But as we watch them coming out of turn 16 and down to the line, this is a tight battle. And we still have a 4-cart parade coming through here as they come down the hill and through turn number 2, back up the hill. As they crest the hill, they'll enter 3. They'll get the closest to us as they come through 4 and slide through that turn, nip that apex, come out, head down through 5, and then towards the kink as they head towards the back end of this kart facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Now right here at the shot of the backstretch, that turn 9 area, that's where we saw all the passes last time out. So looking forward to that area this week. A lot of passes made there.
But that is a tight formation there going into 16 again. Just right on his bumper, looking to get around one way or the other. Coming out to the start-finish line, no change there. The front 2 have broken off. And then 3rd and 4th have some separation between them. So now it's right now a 2-cart race. As there's a look to the inside. Gave him a little bit of a nudge, couldn't quite get him out of the way, and it's still 1-2 as we see it going through turns 9 and 10. Going to the backstretch, and there we'll look at another pair going through the kink and up the hill and out of sight. Meanwhile, our leaders are coming up on a little bit of slow traffic.
They got around pretty well there.
Actually picked a good spot to have that as they went through the S's. But nose to tail coming through, and this is going to be quite the finish. It may be a matter of just sizing them up, pick your spot, because you don't want to make your move too soon, because then you leave room for a counter move or a crossover or something like that. So you have to pick your spot and pick your time.
We saw that a lot last race week. The car in front kind of was the sitting duck, and it was the last person to make the move won the race. As they come in front of the building here, down the hill into the kink. A little bit of separation now. This is probably the most they separated for the whole race.
But closing in and closing in. It's just a matter of making a mistake. The mistake makes the difference. And look at that, back nose to tail as they come in to the S's and coming out again. They'll be heading on the back portion of the track. They'll be coming back around 14 and 15, heading into that final turn. And we'll see them come to the line and coming out, nose to tail to the line. No change there, but that's, tell you what, it's pressure, 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 and that's what creates mistakes, is having to be perfect, because you'd have to be in order to keep that trailing cart from getting around you.
And it's a disadvantage for that lead cart. It has to always take the defensive line and really can't get good exit speed sometimes on some of these turns. And you'll see the second place car suck up to the back of that first place car.
That's true, because the second place cart's kind of in command here, because he's controlling, as you say, the defensive position of the lead cart. And it's just a matter of waiting for that crack for that opening. Or if it gets too late in the race, making a crack or an opening in a lot of cases.
Definitely, yeah, you're in a position to make the move as a second place car, but it all comes down to the execution. You still have to make that move.
Here we come out of the final turn one more time, down to the line. We still got a 1-2 battle in third place has stretched it a bit on fourth place. So we're watching those top two karts.
Third place actually seems to have gotten a little closer to second place.
Here they come under our position. We can hear them roar underneath as they head into the kink and back up the hill. Out of sight from our vantage point, but we've got Skycam. We've got, oh, there's the pass. Looking to the inside, but he's on the outside on the other side of the S's. So the S's giveth and the S's taketh away as we are still 1-2. It's the 444, I believe, is the leader. If I got a close enough shot to see who that was, or the number at least on that card as they come through final couple of turns here.
That was just a classic crossover move, sacrificing your exit speed for entry speed, and it didn't pan out there for that second place cart. As they'll head down the hill into turn 2. Real close to each other. So it looks like, yeah, the 444 and then the 8-9 are those first two carts.
Coming by turns 4 and 5 again through the kink. That's a fun place to watch them go through because it's a quick left and a right, and they go at it full speed. And you got to take the line just right through there, and here they go into 9.
This is where we saw the crossover move happen. Not going to be in position to do it this time. He'll follow him through the S's, so still single file. That third place cart is getting closer. It seems like every lap chopping a little bit of the lead here and there. Although we're probably running short on laps in this first qualifying race.
Well, generally, when two karts race, they're not going to be as fast as a kart running by himself. And here we go, 1 lap to go. White flag in the air here, but you're right, Mikey. Maybe there's always the possibility of something unfortunate happening between two karts racing like that as well. And the third place kart can come out the beneficiary as they come up the hill, urging those karts up the hill for the final time for this pre-final.
Anything can happen in these final moments of any race. We've seen crazy things almost every week that we're out here. So never.
Well, there's no reason to be out here unless you want to win, and he's going to take a move to the outside. Takes a look. Will that set him up to take the move to the inside? He gets nice move there as he gets underneath in the S's, closes it off before they even get out of the S's. And the 89 is now our leader as they head up the backside of the track. And one more chance for the old 444. Looks to the inside. Now to the outside on the final couple of turns. Will he have something coming to the line? It's going to be a side-by-side finish, and the winner is, we do not know. We're going to have to go to the to scoring if we ever have it. Holy mackerel, that was quite a finish, Mikey.
And you saw that 444 going into turn 16, took the wide line, made the other kart take the inside, and just got all that exit speed on turn 17 and raced them to the line.
Nice piece of offensive driving there to force the issue without ever even touching the kart. He didn't have to chrome horn or anything. That was just setting him up for a defensive position. And we'll see if we can get an idea who was the winner on that one. We couldn't tell from this vantage point.
And, of course, this is the prelim race. So where they finish in this race is where they'll race in the final, the 12-lap final, coming up this afternoon.
So they'll be side by side just like that when they take the green flag later this afternoon.
And you got to think with the early wrecks in this race, maybe we have some faster racers in the back that maybe we didn't follow too much because they were slowed down by that wreck. But let's see if they can charge their way to the front.
Yeah, these races aren't terribly long, so a mistake is difficult to make up for whenever they do happen. But boy, quite a race. We got underway in a hurry here. Got a great race under our belts. Great finish there here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, week 5 of the Summer Championship Series here And we apologize for our lack of knowledge here as to who put on that great race, but we were real thrilled with that. It was a lot of fun to watch. We hope you're enjoying that. If you were just relying on audio only, unfortunately, we didn't have a lot to go on there, but a good competitive first pre-final here. We'll get the next set of karts out on the track very shortly, and we'll get it back underway in just a few moments.
You can hear the karts firing up below us, so next group set to come out shortly. So we'll make that downhill trek. The pit out here, well, the pit lane goes right through the big kart building here, so one of the cooler pit lanes you'll see at any track, really.
And as I was walking up the hill getting here this morning, I look and you see this wave of smoke coming out from the opening where they're all staged there, kind of like Los Angeles on a typical morning. But it's a great smell of exhaust, and you know the racing's going on, and there's no better thing than to be around when there is racing. And we've got plenty of that for you today here at Atlanta Motorsports Park during week 5 of the Summer Championship Series. Alongside me is Mikey Lemon Drop Lane. I'm Bill Rigdon, and Will Rigdon is producing and engineering and doing all sorts of stuff here. So he's rattling around, and he's going to go, I think he's going to go drive the truck cam. So we should get some of those great views from the paddock and beyond with the truck. And we'll get that in just a moment. There we go. Even a nice little dissolve into it. Wow, we are high tech here with our effects. So there's the look through at the paddock as the karts get ready to get going.
You can see all the tents lined up, all the racers and their garages, all their tools set out.
And just as he goes out there, the next set of karters are on the track getting staged up and ready to take the green flag for the next pre-final. We see the karts from the previous race going through the scales as we saw before, as our truck cam did. So here we go. Next group taking the wave around.
Yeah, they weren't lined up at all, so this time they're going to try to stack up 2 by 2.
And you see that cutoff, so instead of going all the way around, which would take forever, they have that cutoff there directed through so they can put it together or get realigned quickly. So I am going to exit my race monitor while we get a green flag here and see if I can start it back up. And here we go. Nope, they're going to have another wave around. We'll get these guys underway directly.
All right. We'll still try to get time of scoring up, but in turn 16 and 17, these 6 karts are about to try to take the green flag here. Always, takes a couple tries, especially the first couple races of the day.
Look good this time.
They'll get the green flag.
They do get the green, and here we go.
Through turn 1. Big bunch of karts down the hill into turn 2. And then back up the hill. This is where they'll slow down, try to use that momentum to carry up. Right in front of the building here, down into the kink. They have to go pretty much single file through there. We've seen some too wide attempts through there, and it never ends well.
Here we come. Another 4-car pack taking off after the start.
It looks like the leader is kind of checked out, but there's 4 karts in that middle. You can kind of throw a blanket over them. They're that close as they complete their first lap here.
Coming back down the hill through a treacherous turn at the bottom, urging it up the hill, coming by our position here at turn number 4 and then underneath.
It always seems like there's for every class, there's always a couple racers that do that little nudge up the hill, and I don't know if it does anything. I think it's a psychological trick.
A little weight shifting going up the hill, right?
Oh, I got a cart goes around there. The 240,
I believe, got sideways, got it back and underway. Not pleased with the situation, but the cart is back underway.
Checking out the back of his cart, making sure everything's good. Didn't look too happy.
Let's see if he stays on.
And they've kind of all spread out after that little the incident in turn 9 as they head down the hill into turn 2. Our leader still has quite the advantage over the rest of the field here as they make their way in front of the building, down through the kink and onto the backstretch.
And that 4-car pack behind him is spread out a bit themselves.
Yeah, I think when that the 240 spun, it kind of made everyone check up and slow down, and people were able to get away. But for second and third, they are actually closing up a little bit here. Or, excuse me, third and fourth. They're the closest battle on the track right now, as they make their way onto the front stretch for another lap complete. And I only see 5 carts on the track. So I think that 240, after that spin, he might have
just called it.
Called it.
Called it a race.
Well, he was looking at the back of the cart, and well, actually, I think I'm mistaken. I think he is actually still out there. I think I might have been out of frame. There is 6 carts out there.
Okay. So here we come through the S's, and again, that battle for third and fourth is the tightest one at the moment. As we get up and over the hill through the backside of the track through 15, down to 16 and 17, coming down to the start-finish line. Looking good, everybody so far, keeping it clean. No more incidents so far, but it's early yet, and these guys are all very competitive. Especially keeping an eye on that third, fourth place battle.
Now, we don't have timing and scoring, so we can't really tell who's in the carts. But that third and fourth place car, their liveries look the same. So I wonder if they're teammates or relatives or something. I know that we have a couple brothers out here that race. So we make their way back up the hill here into that 14-15. Here's a replay of that spin when the 240 spun around at the end of the track there, but right in front of the S's.
Hopped a wheel the cart to the inside, and that just got him turned around. Here we go again. Let's take a look.
It might have, yeah, just a little help there from the 340. Put his hand up to say, I'm sorry. But
usually you have position on the inside. So it's kind of up to everybody to stay as clean as possible. But, you know, contact is part of it. Here's the Skycam view. Just got a little sideways, and when you hop the wheel, you lose that contact patch, lose traction, and your momentum wants to take your tail end towards the tire barrier. Back to live now. As we're coming down to the line, you have goodly lead for our leader. Second, third, and fourth now roughly equidistant.
It looks like that battle between third and fourth kind of evened out. They're not as close as they were. So
things have a way of resolving themselves as we look at our leader taking that line through the kink. You look at it, the thing is that the kink is a couple of turns, but if you see the groove that goes through, it's a straight line. So really it may count as 2 turns, but you go straight through it and don't really hitch the wheel at all as you go through that part of it. Now that's the whole trick about going fast, is straighten the curves out as much as you can, and you'll see that's the importance of the racing line. Get down to the apex and then take it out wide to keep up your momentum and to make the path as straight as possible as we watch our leader barrel into turn 1.
It's hard enough keeping it on the the racing line and fighting the cart. Now put 5 or 10 more carts that all try to do the same thing and
are trying to get around you, or that you're trying to get around. And these things are twitchy as all get out too. There's no complicated suspension. It's just a matter. It's wheels to steering wheel to the ground, and every little move you make is reflected in the movement of the cart. So you've really got to be on your toes the whole time, and it's rough on you. It is really abusive to the body to run at these speeds. Any of these carts, really, it's rough. That's why you see a lot of young people that can do this, but it rattles you. That's for sure.
I mean, definitely, if you've ever done like the public karting, you'll sleep well that night.
After a couple of Advil, you do get beaten up. So here we come to the line, I believe. Where are we? Are we halfway? I was trying to see what the signal was our flagman was giving. Whether that was cross flags or if it was 2 laps to go. We are so reliant on technology here on this webcast, and sorry about that. Glad we can bring you the picture so you can enjoy it the way we are as far as seeing what's coming, and we'll add whatever we can once we have something to add. And we are looking at second and third. Looks like it's turned into a race again, but look at the leader. It's taking the white flag. It was 2 to go.
2 to go.
That last time. So it's white flag this time, last lap. And here we go. We have a battle for second and third. Look to the inside. Nothing doing there. Look back to the inside. Gonna take that chance going to the bottom. But, of course, coming down that hill is a lot of momentum, and he had to swing it wide, gave that position back up on the crossover. So here we come through turn number 4. Will he have enough track, enough strategy to make another shot at this? That looked like that might have been his best chance at it. It was a good shot, but, yeah, you carry a lot of momentum down that hill into turn number 2. But let's look as they come through the S's, and they'll come back through the last 3 or 4 corners here. Our leader will come out of turn number 17 and down to the line. But
it looks like we have a move going for second and third.
Coming out, no, not going to work.
Not going to get there.
Kind of had the chance, but wasn't able to hang on to it. And gravity and physics and all that stuff that you just can't change kind of took its toll. Took a shot, got the position for a moment, but then gave it right back. And that was a nice little couple of laps there. Some excitement here in this pre-final. A runaway win, but second and third, definitely an exciting race there, and that was a fun one to watch.
Considering how spaced out they were at a certain point of that race, that third place cart closed the gap quite a bit. Wasn't able to finish the move in the end, but.
And there's a view of the North Georgia mountains that we are nestled in up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Still 79 degrees here. Maybe that's where it'll peak out. We're the beneficiary of mostly cloudy skies here today, so that'll keep the temps down. Of course, the humidity, that Georgia humidity is ever present. But we've got a lot of action. We've had a lot of action so far in the first couple of pre-finals. More to come as we are staging the carts for the next event coming up. And we will have that for you momentarily. But as Mikey mentioned during that last race, there is public karting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Check the website for the times, but you can come out here and drive the fastest public karting that you can find anywhere here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Yeah, the Arrive and Drive public karting is open from Tuesday through Sunday from 1 p.m. until dark. So you can reach speeds of 55 miles per hour or more. If you see that turn too, where they're going down that hill, you can definitely get up some speed in our special European spec rental carts. So weekday private track rentals and Grand Prix events are also available for groups looking to have a more exclusive experience. So to learn more about public karting at Atlanta Motorsports Park, visit us online at ampkartracing.com. That's ampkart with a K racing.com.
Always a fun time coming out on the public carts, and those private Grand Prix events are cool. You get to pop some champagne, or not champagne, but
well,
sparkling water, and get the whole racing experience.
Taking a look over at the main track building, as there are some exotics running out there today. There's an exotics experience going on at the big track. That was fun watching the McLarens and the
There's some Ferraris out
there, and
Lamborghinis.
there was I think a Charger going by. Just even as we speak, here they go by our camera position. So yeah, Atlanta Motorsports Park is 2 tracks. One is the main track here, where we will come from here with the monthly club racing, also on the big track, and then of course there's the karting experience here at the kart track. And once a month they come out here and run these events, and those are always a lot of fun to watch. We hope you're enjoying them on our stream here, and it's even more fun to come out and watch these guys, meet some of the people, see what's funny is to see the little teeny kids in fire suits walking around. It's like, okay, get them started early, because that's where your champions come from. I mean, a number of top drivers started doing this very thing back in the day, and who knows who we see out here we're gonna be talking about in the big leagues really before long.
And it's definitely, I think, a trend in motorsports to get young drivers into those top series. Almost, between F1, IndyCar, and NASCAR, a lot of young drivers getting their start a lot earlier than they used to.
Yeah, it's kind of the way of the world. If you're gonna be competitive, you have to start sooner and sooner. That's really all sports, really, not necessarily just motorsports. But it's a family activity as well. You see moms and dads and sons and daughters racing, sons racing, brothers and sisters crewing, the whole bit, and getting behind it. Something everybody can get behind. Good, clean fun, and it is exciting to watch and definitely fun to do. We should hear the karts firing up or pulling underneath us shortly to get the next division underway. But, while we are waiting, let me see. That might be something I can tell you guys about. Hey, would you like to get into kart racing, but you don't know how? I know I would. Try our one-day kart racing school and learn all the basics of handling a real 80-mile-per-hour race kart. Our professional instructors will teach you all the fundamentals of kart racing, stepping you up from a rental kart, as we mentioned before, to a full-blown racing chassis capable of pulling over 3 Gs in a turn. Ow, my ribs hurt just thinking about that one. The program costs $395, and it's a great way to explore the fun world of kart racing. Students must be 12 years of age and up to participate in the full kart schools. For juniors age 5 to 11, we offer a 2-hour version of the class called the Junior Discover Experience. This program only costs $149 and is the perfect starting point for any aspiring junior racer. So to learn more about our different kart racing academies, please visit us online at ampkartracing.com. Again, that's AMPKART racing.com. I thought that would be long enough for us to get to the next race.
I mean,
a little inside radio there. Sorry about that. No, but the thing is, this place is a terrific facility, and whether you're interested in full-blown big boy cars or doing the karting, there's something for everybody here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and it's a fun place to hang out. I've had the privilege of being able to come here on weekends for several years now, and it looks like it's just a great place for a motorsports community to get together and just enjoy what they all do, because it's one thing to like cars, but one guy with a fast car or a go-kart or whatever is alone unless he can see if he's faster than the other guy. So we get those other guys together and see who's the fastest. And this is a terrific facility. I mean, the kart track, of course, and the highly technical main track as well, designed for learning the racecraft, because it has so many varying turns and features that were inspired by other famous, real world racetracks. So come on out sometime and just take a look around. This is just a great place. Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're off Duck Thurman Road in Dawsonville, Georgia, tucked up in the North Georgia mountains. I see a patch of blue there up in the sky. Again, mostly overcast, kind of keeping the temperature down. Those UV rays will sneak through, but at least it's not terribly hot out there. Not as hot as we have been having. So I've talked about weather. I've talked about kart school. I've talked about the big track. Talked about exotics. Let's talk about some go-karts. Yeah, let's go back and look at that incident that we had early on in that last pre-final that we were watching.
That kart got spun around there at the end of the track. A little help from that inside kart, but as you said, that is their line, and it's kind of up to the other karts to get out of the way. It's just a classic racing incident there, not really anyone's fault. Even though, 240 might not be too happy about that.
It's easy to say when it's not you facing the wrong way, but
definitely,
it does happen. Every one of these racers will have had or will have had that experience at some point, and it's just something that happens. And it's one thing it does is, especially for younger karters, is it teaches you patience, it teaches you understanding, and it teaches you sportsmanship. And that's the main thing I think that racing will teach you is, bad things happen, but very rarely is it terribly intentional. Well, racing may have more intentional bumping and banging than a lot of sports, but it does teach you the ability to look at it and say, this is just what happens, and you got to be philosophical about it and come back and to the next race or the next turn or the next lap or whatever and pick it up and go again.
And every race series around the world kind of has different rules on what's considered, fair and not fair. But a general theme is, respect the other drivers on track. And I think these kids learn that at a young age racing these karts.
And you learn who you can race with and who you have to be more careful around. Now, that comes with temperament. It also comes with experience. I mean, you always give a less experienced racer a wider berth because you don't know what they're going to do until they're tested. And then once you gain that confidence in your competitors, then you can race closer and things like that. But again, racing is so unpredictable. It's a bunch of karts looking to occupy one spot, and they all try to go to that same space at the same time. There's no telling what happens. Now, we are getting queued up for the next pre-final here. If you see our shot here of the Paddock, they'll queue up in these spaces, and then they will then stage underneath the building. That's the roar that we hear and we like to talk about. But here we are getting the karts in position. As you'll see down there now, there are tents and there are trailers and cars and everything parked. That paddock area, besides the garages there, goes down that hill through that parking lot. That's public karting parking during normal times, but during race weekends, you'll see it occupied there. It goes all the way down, around the curve, down. I mean, there's still trailers and tents and everything pitched all the way down on the access road with cars parked out in the dirt and everything. So we get a good crowd here every kart weekend that we have.
I will say some of their setups they have over there rival some F1 garages, it seems.
It is cool what they to be competitive, but just to be able to handle these things in a hurry, because you have to make quick repairs or set up or do whatever. They have all sorts of customized or specialized equipment to handle these cars, especially to pick them up and lug them around and to be able to look at them and maneuver them in the air so that you can get underneath them more easily or do whatever you need to do. It's really pretty cool what they put into this, and there's a lot that goes into racing a kart. It's more than just rolling it off the back of a trailer and going. You've got to have essentially your garage with you as well.
And we were just looking a couple shots here of the extreme experience happening over on the main track. So yeah, that 2 mile road course we were talking about, the main track here at AMP, Extreme Experience. They come, I think, either once a year, maybe twice, and they rent out the track and run their own event here. So basically, you show up, you pay a flat rate for a certain type of car, and they give you some hot laps, some discovery laps, some ride-alongs, an extreme experience, as the name would suggest. So you get to all those Ferraris and that Lamborghini and all those supercars we saw out on the track. That's what's going on over there. I got a ride along in a Chevy SS on an extreme experience once. I helped them out, so they said, "All right, we'll give you one ride along," and that was a lot of fun. I got thrown around the back seat of it.
Okay, no, wait, we're talking like 70s vintage SS. I mean,
no, the new ones.
Oh, okay. you see where I come from. I'm thinking of those of the 60s and 70s, the SS. No, that
I don't know if that. Yeah, I don't think we've had that old of a car on the track. Although
I don't know if that's exotic, but that was a muscle car for sure.
Legend has it a long time ago. We had Bill Elliott out here in a 60s Mustang, and apparently he wheeled it around. I've heard that story multiple times.
Yeah, those cars were made. The muscle cars were made to go fast in a straight line, and you were on your own when you got into a corner.
Yeah.
With
in the hands of a race car driver, though, I'm sure they can do it a little better than most. But
goodness, for the Extreme Experience out here this weekend, and there are all sorts of things that go on here. Again, we have a race weekend every month where they run the Radicals, downforce cars out here, and then of course the Miatas and the Beamers come out here and run. Those are fun ones to watch on the big track as well. That was a chair.
Yeah, so that wasn't thunder if you're listening to the stream here.
Thinking, okay, I was about to say our next class is ready to go as we hear them roaring underneath, and it was Michaela dragging a chair around, so thank you very much for that. So we have just gotten to that point, Mikey, where we're just talking about furniture moving now here at the Kart track at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's been 5 minutes since I pointed out this is week 5 of the championship series, the summer championship series here at the Kart track at Atlanta Motorsports Park off Duck Thurman Road here in Dawsonville, Georgia. Let's see. Let's get a temperature check. Oh, 81 degrees. We shot up 2 degrees here in the last few minutes. So the action, the hot action out there has reflected in the air temperature. I mean, still 81 is. Here we go. Oh, okay. It's not so bad. 81 is not bad at all, especially up here. If you can catch a breeze, it's even better. And these cars will generate a breeze when you get moving in them. Of course, you're in those fire suits covered head to toe. So I think your mind is elsewhere, though, rather than how hot you are.
Definitely in your best interest to drink lots of water if you're out there.
I say those things are the suits are mostly dark too. I would think that would be hotter. So I think you'd want to wear a white suit for a summer series or something, because black will just absorb that heat.
Yeah, I'm glad I have a white car. I'm thankful every day. It's not baking in the sun at every parking lot I go into.
The worst thing is the black the black vinyl seat.
Ugh.
In the summertime in shorts.
Yeah, well, or if you come back from the pool, you don't have a shirt on.
Yeah. Oh.
You just stick
even
to that.
Worse.
So yeah, the broadcast has devolved at this point to talking about leather interior on cars. Well, let's talk about racing.
Yes.
You seen any good races lately? You been following any of the motorsports around the scene?
I have. I was actually talking to a neighbor of mine who's a big Formula One enthusiast. For folks who don't know me, which is most of you, I'm a South Georgia boy. I was raised up as a NASCAR fan, so I'm an oval guy. But I've come to an appreciation of Formula One. But I'm also a big fan of Las Vegas, and so I'm looking forward to that street race that's going to be Thanksgiving weekend of 2023 around the strip at Las Vegas. Oh, here we go. We've got our truck cam. See if we can see if we can squeeze.
A little contact there.
No such luck there, William.
And he said, forget about it. I'm going to turn around.
Yeah, that's right. But we were hoping to get some sort of artsy Fox Sports type of shot there of the of the starting field. But I think he's just turning tail and running.
So, yeah, Fox Sport, honestly, eat your heart out, because unless you just start putting cameras on RC cars.
I don't think they're talking about vinyl seats on Fox Sports this weekend.
Well, Mike Joy has a little more experience filling dead air. Usually, like you said, we're saved by Charles, so this is
That's true, and we can roll a tape feature or do something, but. And
And I
we
think
are
we just,
getting.
yep,
There
Kart's
we
on
go. They
track.
had a
There we
release.
go.
Yay! 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 Literally several people out there in our listening audience are going, "Hooray!" There's actually carts out there. These guys will talk about racing again. And here we go, getting ready for our third. Right, we're on the third pre-final here of the afternoon. They come down to the line. Will they get the green? Will they get the green? No, they'll get the wave around. So far we haven't had anyone go on the first go round, but that's not unexpected.
Yeah, very rare that we get it on the first time just because they're usually warming up tires and they're not gridded up properly. See if they can get it sorted out this time. Sometimes it does take a couple times to see if they are lined up here. They're not very tight, so unless they tighten up here at the end, we'll probably see another wave around, I'd imagine. And
yep,
they'll wave it off again.
We'll get a wave around.
They'll throw their hands up and wave. I don't know if that's a rule that they have to do, or if they just do that for a joke.
No, they it's a wave around, so they all wave as they go around. I
guess you don't want to get run over by the person behind you.
No. Well, anytime you're going slower than expected, you want to let the guy behind you know that. See if third time's the charm here. So we come down to the line.
They look pretty good lined up here.
Here we go. Green flag is out. Green is out, and we are underway. And it's a huge traffic jam into turn number 1. So they head up the hill, back down, come out of 2. Coming in through 3, they'll come by a position.
A lot of carts in this group.
Yep. They've strung out fairly nicely. No contention for position yet, but it is early yet as we are in the first lap here.
Sometimes you just got to get those tires up to temperature before you start really making moves. But they're spaced out, but they're not, they haven't driven away from each other yet, so.
This gives you a chance to sort your setup out. And, we actually have data. Yes, Jake Fader is he started first. Let's get a rundown as we come by the line. Yep, Jake Fader is your leader. Jose Garcia, then Aiden Johnson, Craig Foster, Sam Kart, and Lon Washburn, Milko Simonoff, and Bill Stemple are your top 8. Yes. So that's good. These are the tag masters. Yeah, these are all tag masters. And we are
back in business.
Yes. I can hear just, dozens of sighs out there in webcast land as we
to the millions watching around the world.
finally have some names to put to these. So Jake Feder started out in front, got the lead, and is barely holding off Jose Garcia. There was about a 0.2 of a second difference at the line the last time by. But look at that top 3. That's Fader, Garcia, and Johnson. 1, 2, 3, nose to tail as they come down to the line to complete lap number 2.
So a little bit about the tag masters. Age 30-plus years old, and me and Charles always joke about this, 15 years old at 200 pounds in a suit but no helmet. So that's the qualifications to race in Tag Master.
I would hate to have to put on a helmet to make 200 pounds. It'd make my neck sore. I'm thinking about that. But okay. So it's age, but it's
also
size. Interesting.
But definitely, Tag Master, one of the most experienced of the classes out here. And that's why you'll see a lot of good clean racing. The older guys, they've been around for a little while. They know what they can do and get away with, and they all are pretty respectful.
Fader and Garcia have put a little bit of distance between themselves and Craig Foster in the 44 as they come down to the line, completing lap number 3. It's a 0.14 in a difference.
Jose Garcia actually just ran the fastest lap there, so closing in fast on Jake. Jose Garcia, we see at the main track, always driving those Miatas. I've been watching Jose Garcia drive Miatas around here since, I don't know, over 5 years. But, I mean, obviously more than that, but
yep.
A AMP staple comes out almost every race weekend to
And another staple of AMP is the tight kart racing, and we're seeing that now as Craig Foster closing in a little bit on Garcia and Feder, your leader, as they go into 16 now. Working on lap 4 coming out. We'll get another interval at the line. Here we go. And it'll be Feder leads by 0.17, added a little bit to that. And Foster will be 3.4 seconds back. Although it looks closer than that. I guess at the speeds they run, 3 seconds. But he's looks awfully close.
Well, of course, our time intervals are only at the line, so they can get as close or as far during the lap as, you know.
Yeah, it's very, very well. The front two can stretch it out when they're going down that fast front straightaway as well.
And we do see that a lot where some racers are faster on one part of the track and they'll lose time or gain time depending on where they are on the track.
That works into strategy as well, Mikey, because they have to pick the spot on the track where they're fastest, where they could possibly make the move. And it may not be where they're fastest.
Maybe just faster than the person in front of them.
It may be where they've got the line to make a pass, where they can change the line, where the cart ahead of them is vulnerable. There are all sorts of strategy goes into this. But, yeah, certain parts of the track are definitely going to be better for some than others. And you just maximize where you're good and mitigate where you're deficient and hope it doesn't hurt you too badly.
So you're saying driving 80 miles an hour around this course and wrestling around all the turns, you have to play a chess game while you're doing it.
Right.
Wow.
It's a mental thing as well. It's not just a matter of stomping it to the floor and turning left and right here. It's a positioning. It's race strategy. You can't be too aggressive early on because you have to save your equipment for the tail end. I mean, all sorts of things that matter in racing, and I'm sure anyone that's watching this has watched enough racing to know that I'm not saying anything new as they come out of turn number 17 and down to the line to complete lap number 5 now. Excuse me, that's lap. There we go, lap 6. They just finished lap 6. Feder, Garcia, and Foster. Feder's opened the gap to almost half a second now.
Not this last lap, but the lap before, Feder did run the fastest lap, which is actually tied for the fastest lap. Jose and so Garcia and Feder both ran the same lap time for their best. So pretty neck and neck here. We have a pass for second.
And able to slam the door is Craig Foster. So Foster tired of waiting around and watching the front two.
And, Jose seemed to almost let him by there. Didn't give up too much of a fight, no crossover moves. So maybe, like you said, just saving his stuff, knows, hey, I'd rather take a third place here and qualify well than make a big mistake and lose even more spots.
That is for sure, because remember, these are the races that set the starting position for the final. So, yeah, you want to win, but it's more important to have a good top finishing position so that you're near the front of the field for the start of the race that counts for points. And, boy, looking at that, I think whatever it was that was Garcia. Actually, Garcia is still listed as second here. I think I read my scoring wrong, or else I have no, we're good. I'm reading it right. Let's take a look here and see where we go as we are in lap number 8 now, coming to the line to complete lap number 8. We'll get the order at the line. Maybe we missed a pass before that, but it's Feder and Garcia and then Foster. So, yeah, Garcia's managed to stretch it out a little bit now over Craig Foster as they were dicing it up there earlier on, but whatever it is, they got settled out. And I believe Feder was the beneficiary as he was able to put a little distance between second and third. And now that was almost 2 seconds now as of their passing start-finish line on this most recent lap. Watching our leaders go through the S's now as they come around the backside of this kart facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, going in through turn number 14, 15, 16 and 17. Coming to the line, 1 lap to go. That'll be a finishing lap number 9 of this 10-lap pre-final. Jake Feder with a 2.5 second lead now over Jose Garcia. So once they settled it out between Garcia and Foster, Feder decided, well, let's just let's just go away. Let's leave them to their battle, and I will just go ahead and start on the front row for the next race.
It is always a good look if you're that lead cart and you can look back and see those two fighting. It just, you can put your head down and put in some good laps, and you'll increase your advantage. And that's what Jake Vedder has done this race. Looking to qualify on pole for that final race this afternoon.
So Vedder comes flying through turn number 15 into that tight 16, a little bit lesser radius 17, but takes the checkered flag down at the line to claim the Tag Master pre-final. Second will be Jose Garcia. Craig Foster will be third. The rest of the top 10 will be Milko Simonoff, Bill Strempel, Sam Carden, Lon Washburn, Aiden Johnson, Scott Butler, and Donald Davis rounding out your top 10. So that one got a little dicey towards the middle, but they ended up settling it out. Figured it's best to live to fight another day, let's say, instead of
it's like you said,
burn it all here, because they'll be top 3 coming in. They'll be right at the front when they start the final race later this afternoon.
And that final race is the points-paying race. So in order to finish first in that, you first have to finish with a cart.
Oh, there we go. So it's trot out the cliches derby here. Okay, I like that. Yeah.
I got more.
Yeah, well, I like, let me think. The one I like is you can't win the race in turn 1, but you can certainly lose it in turn 1.
So here they are through the Tech tent. Got to make sure everyone's racing fair. Racing is one of those, it's not like any other sport. The rules are in black and white, but the speed is found in the gray. There's another cliche for you.
Okay.
You got a good view of it here on the truck cam.
Expertly piloted into the post there, so that's good.
It always seems like, at the end of these days, there is always some drama about certain if people get DQ'd or not in the position. So nothing's ever final, of course. If they cross the finish line, it's not final. You got to pass Tech.
There they go, weighing them in, and here we go. You see that Saturday night short tracks do the same thing, but one thing you can't do at a Saturday night short track is pick the car up and manipulate it to get it through, but that's the handy thing about these carts.
Here we got a view of the one of the next groups coming out.
Let's see if he could do this time. Is he going to try it?
There's no chance he makes it.
Hold your breath. No.
No?
I think our drivers are of the same mind.
He said, go around.
I'm going to see Williams going to be out there painting another line down there to keep them separated so he can do that next time. All right, so here we go, going the wrong way up the
Let's see if he takes it right here. So
here we go. Now, this is the way it looks to the carters as they come into turn number 3.
Except they're probably a lot more smooth and fast.
Yeah, they're a bit faster, I imagine. And if you look up under that tent, that's where he is. And he'll come back off. Well, no, he's just going to drive around a little bit until – oh, no, he's going to –
takes it hard right through the grass. You can see it at the end
next
of pit
group
lane.
stage that's going to come out. And here they get ready for our next group. This will be the – let's see. I don't have the –
it says Kid Kart on Race Monitor, so I'm not sure.
I couldn't tell for that. Maybe it's just me. Here we go. Kid Kart's coming out. Now, that's the great thing about Kid Karts is they will run on the Jelly Bean track, as they like to call it here. It's just the turns 16, 17, and the cutoff that the big karts use. And I think are we going to get a demonstration of the Jelly Bean track here from Truck Cam?
I think if the signal reaches.
So he's going to go here to the cutoff. And let's see. So.
And then up the hill here into turn 14. And so, yeah, this is the cutoff that.
This is where the Kid Karts will come through. They do this cutoff, and then they'll complete turns 15, 16, 17, and the cutoff. So it's a little less complicated. The karts are a bit slower, and the drivers are definitely a lot younger. And here they come.
Here they come. So yeah, they've already gotten the green flag. They do a standing start for these kid carts. They're younger kids, not as used to doing rolling starts, so it's a lot easier to just start from a standstill.
Well, let's look who is on
Uh,
this field. Augustin Puerta, Camila Canache, Giacchino, excuse me, Vino. That's too long a name.
Giacchino Vino Figueroa.
Figueroa. Okay, I didn't get the Figueroa part. I need to turn my phone sideways. Bo Showers, Brandon Rivers, and Cash Green. Now, there's a racing name.
That is a racing name if I've ever heard one.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm impressed. That you got to be a winner with that. That's like, here we come down to the line. This one's going to be, is this an 8-lapper or a 10-lapper?
It should be 10-lapper.
I think they've been running everything else 10 laps, so here we go. So now we got a lead change as Camilla will have passed Giacchino. As you see our disco graphic there in the corner, which is now working. That's good. And here we come down to the line to complete lap number 3. Oh, got a
nice
pull out
move
for
on
the
the
lead.
front stretch.
3 wide coming to the line, and it looks like Giacchino took over first place from Camilla. Bo Stowers will be third, and they are dicing it up. Look at that, as it looks like Giacchino is going to come out of turn number 17 this time in the lead. Oh, look at that, a battle, three-way battle
front stretch
for second back there as well. This is this is quite some action going on here with the kid carts. Completing lap number 4. Giacchino Vino Figueroa, your leader. Camila Canache will be second. Bo Stowers comes across third. And Augustin Puerta is fourth here. One more time into the breach. Here we come down to the line, completing a lap.
You can see all the parents on the side there waving the kids along.
Yeah. Finishing lap number 5 this time.
These races, kind of anything can happen in these races. I've seen
the
first 4 carts spin out and the last place cart win. I've seen everything in these races.
Oh, this is akin to, say, youth football or youth baseball, where you can no telling what's going to happen when you got little kids involved. But it's a lot of fun to watch. And it looks like Figueroa and Canache are going at it hammer and tong now as we complete lap number 6 into the 7th lap. Coming around turn numbers 16 and 17 back to the line. Believe I've got that spotted right. And we got side by side coming down to the line. No, a little bit of contact there, but Figueroa hangs on. Vino Figueroa holds on as Canache not able to complete the pass, but she was right there on the outside coming down to the line. Let's see.
Right on the back bumper.
Just right there. I'm here. I'm here. And here we come. Again, out to complete lap number 8. There'll be 2 to go this time by. Look at that. 2 to go. She's looking to the inside. No, nothing doing. Gets back into the racing line and follows Vino Figueroa back into the cutoff and to the back side. Here they go into turn number 15. And let's see what happens in 16 and 17.
Almost every time on the front stretch here, they get 2 wide and wiggle back and forth, and white flag is in the air. So this will be the final lap.
As you said before, they can throw a blanket over that top 2. It should be quite a finish here. As Giacchino Vino Figueroa looking to hang on, as Camila Canache will be right behind him. Does she have something? Is she going to pull in, out? She looks to the inside. Nothing doing there. No.
Not there.
And Giacchino Vino Figueroa hangs on as Camila Canache will finish second. Bo Stowers third. And Augustin Puerta will be your 4th place finisher. Cash Green will be 5th. And Brandon Rivers rounds out the field. Though I think both of those actually did not complete any laps, at least not according to their transponders, but I still like saying Cash Green. So here's looking forward to seeing if he'll be racing in the feature. So that was a right.
They're always entertaining.
Yeah,
They're always entertaining.
That was right competitive. I've seen some that have been runaways, but not this time around. I think the thing about this class too is you've got racers coming in all the time because you graduate and you go into the bigger ones because you age out of these. So you're going to see a different lineup pretty much every year.
Well, yeah, those kid karts ages 5 to 7. So, I mean, I don't even think I could ride a bike when I was 5. So, let alone.
I begged my parents for a go-kart all the time when I was a kid, but so I'm very envious of the kids these age. My dad had better things for me to do. The yard needed mowing or raking or pine cones picked up or whatever.
Here's the view of the truck cam
there
making
we go,
its way in from the building.
The spectacular truck cam.
Makes his way to the right. You'll get a good look inside the building here.
Here we go. And waving to the folks at home. There are grandparents and relatives and all that are watching this from far-flung places. So hey to everybody. I hope you're enjoying watching our streaming of this week 5 of the Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. We got
coming up here. We got the K100 seniors and juniors. So 2 classes in this race. About 20 karts about to be on track. So this is a big race. A lot of good action coming up.
As you see, the karts are exiting the staging position underneath our broadcast position here in the kart building. And we'll see what we got lined up here. Spencer Mast, Gabe Spencer will be on row 1. Brant Estes, and I think somebody who
a mystery driver.
Yes, Racer X will be on. will be starting 4th here. Then Sam Machado and Luke Kondrowski, followed by Cameron Estes, Harrison Browning, Vincent Capatillo, and Christian Blevins Jr. Martin Simonoff will be your top dozen. Then comes Adam Wine, Christian Foster, number 95, which I guess his parents were protesting, authority by giving him a number instead of a name. Danny May, Ian Spencer, Carson Craig, and they switched positions on me just as we went by. So I think I missed somebody, but we'll get around to that as we watch.
So I think actually that mystery driver, once they cross the line, I think it's Jack. Was that Harstar?
Let's see where we got here.
He's in 9th place, number 980.
Oh yeah, Jack Raster. Okay.
Raster. Okay.
Why not?
We'll go with Raster.
Just forget the H. Just say Raster. I've always felt sorry for people who had the name you always had to spell for the pizza guy or for whatever. It's spelled like it sounds does not work in a situation like this as we get the wave around for the first time here and as we get these KA100s underway.
If we say anyone's name wrong, please come up and correct us.
And it has happened before. We
definitely
depend on that. As the Vasquez will tell you, that one we struggle with mightily every week. But here we go. Let's see if we can get a green flag this time by whoever that is starting in 5th is lagging back a little bit.
That inside line's a little spaced out, so maybe nope, no wave out. So I did hear from one of the race control people that when they put their hands up, that they're signaling all the other karts to slow down.
Okay.
So it's kind of like we said, for the karts that maybe can't see that wave around flag, just to know, hey, don't run into the back of me.
And here we go. Well, it's been taking maybe 3 times for.
I think the average is about 3. That's
especially when you've got this many. Here we go. We've been promised a cool shot. Here we go.
And
that is a cool shot.
It is a cool shot. I will agree. And we get a green flag.
Yes. The flagman was so impressed by that shot that he gave him the green. It was so cool. And there we go. Roaring into turn 1 will be Mast and Spencer. A little bit of contact, but everybody gets through all right. Going wide there, coming out of turn number 2. Up the hill, urging those karts up that steep hill, down through 3 and 4. underneath us, as we can hear them directly through the door here, and they go through the kink.
Single file. They all negotiated it properly there. It's always a rough time. We have 20 carts on track, seeing if they can get sorted out before they get to that point of the track.
So far, it looks like everybody's content to stay in single file. We will see as they come through turn number 10 and on into the back side of the track. Here we go, turns 15, 16, and 17 that comprise the last part of the track here, and on to the front straightaway. We'll get you an order in just a moment as they cross the line, and that would be Spencer Mast, Gabe Spencer, Racer X, Brant Estes, Cameron Estes, Sam Machado, Harrison Browning, and Martin Simonoff, your top 8 as we complete lap number 1 here of the KA 100s seniors and juniors.
All of the top 10 racers are senior drivers, so that should make it easy for us on the top 10. Now, 2 classes in this race, so just because you're in 11th place, if you're the first junior car, you're technically still going to win your class. So 2 races kind of happening at the same time, but all these racers race each other, and you kind of want to be the first one across the finish line no matter what class you're in. Bragging rights mean a lot around here.
Here we come down to the line, completing lap number 2. And it's going to be Mast, Spencer, Racer X, and Estes. No change there, but we've got a little bit of dicing going on further back in the field. I saw what looked like a number 33, I thought, make a move, but there's no 33 on here. I see every other number. So we're at the mercy of technology, as it looks like our top 2.
Maybe it was a 35 of Kondrowski.
Mast and Spencer have stretched it out a little bit over 3rd place. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th, though, freight training their way through, and they're going to battle it out very soon.
Brant and Cameron Estes in 4th and 5th, following Racer X.
Okay.
And the Estes brothers always put on a good race. They always seem to qualify next to each other, and they race each other. Almost every week I've watched them. So make their way into turn 2, up the hill. Gabe Spencer kind of closing in on Spencer Mast a little bit. And then a little bit of a gap between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place carts.
Here we come out of, turn 4 down through 5 now from 6, the kink. 7 and 8, we'll get that big sweeper that's 9. Got a little side-by-side action. Racer X is under attack. Oh, another pass. Whoa. That was Cameron Estes passing both of them after Brant Estes had improved his position. So the net of that is Brant Estes, I think, is in the same position he was when he started. But after passing a car, that was quite a move there. I think that Cameron took advantage of Estes having to get out of Brant Estes having to get out of position.
Yeah, he followed him right through
out of the
and
line
then drove by him.
Yep.
And if you're Racer X, you blinked your eyes and now you lost 2 spots just like that. But he's going to get 1 spot back.
He's urging, he gets one of those spots back, trying to urge that cart up the hill. You're wondering, does that work or not? But it seems to have worked that time as he's able to get back around Brant Estes.
As Brant goes side by side, Racer X taking the inside line.
Oh, that's the 33 that I was talking about that I saw make a great move. So there we go.
And maybe we'll get a name for Racer X. Although I kind of like the anonymous.
Unknown to speed, Racer X is his older brother, Rex Racer. But did I date myself just then?
Where were these jokes when we had dead time on here?
Well, jokes is kind of a stretch, but I'll take it. Here we go. We are working on lap number 6 now of the scheduled 10 of this pre-final for the KA 100 seniors and juniors. And as Mikey said before, seniors are going to be your top 10, and then the first junior is going to be in the 11th position, number 14. Vincent Capetillo. Now,
first and second place, the battle of the Spencers. We have Spencer Mast and then Gabe Spencer. They've closed the gap as they head into turn 16. So really two big battles happening on the track for the lead, and then third, fourth, and fifth. Those three cars in that group.
At the line, completing lap number 6, the gap between the two is only a tenth of a second. So these two are practically occupying the same area of track. Let's look back at, there goes Racer X trying to hang on to that third position. Whoa, there is contact. Oh, piece of a cart flew off here. Are they still moving? Did everybody, I
see Racer X going through.
I saw a hand get thrown up as in, what the heck was that? But yeah.
You don't think he was just saying hi?
No, okay, everybody's there, but yeah, let's watch that. Let's see if we can watch that on replay. He made a nice move, but he was trying to prevent.
Just turn into him.
Yeah, prevent the crossover move, but then he just took a turn right into him. Let's see from another angle what happened. And that one was out of frame, unfortunately, but okay. That was an abrupt turn where he just lost control, or what happened? Meanwhile, that gives a bit more distance between the top two and the next three as we had that incident.
So I think, Racer X and Brant Estes were able to continue. Cameron Estes, I think, his cart is still at the top of the hill, so
there was
not.
a piece of debris or something that I saw fly off.
Like a body panel or something, piece of plastic. But now a bigger gap in between these from first and second to the third place cart.
It will go. Interval coming to the line now. They've opened up maybe 4 seconds or so back to third place because of that. Coming down to the line, we have 2 laps to go as we complete lap number 8. Your leader is Spencer Mast. Gabe Spencer right behind him, 0.22 seconds in arrears. Then comes our mystery driver, who was in that incident that we saw a couple laps ago. Then Brant Estes. Sam Machado is the beneficiary of that as he inherits 5th. Martin Simonoff, Harrison Browning, Vincent Capetillo. He's our highest running junior now. He's 8th overall. Jack Raster and Luke Kondrowski round out the top 10. Again, that's top 9 are seniors, and then you have the junior of Vincent Capetillo as we are working on the penultimate lap here of this KA 100 junior and senior pre-final. Here they come out of turn number 17 down to the line to take the white flag. This will be the last lap here. Last lap here. Spencer Mast hanging on. Let's see if Gabe Spencer has anything for him as they go into turn number 2 coming down that hill. A little harder to tell from the angle that we have, but that is a steep hill they come down. They carry a lot of momentum. It's not uncommon to see spin-outs come there, but they handled that very well.
Both these drivers will start on the front row, but the leader will get to start on the inside line, which, of course, turn 1 is a left-hand turn. So a big advantage if you could start in that first position, be that lead car.
So Gabe Spencer looking inside and outside of Spencer Mast as they crest the hill, and they'll go through 14, 15, 16, and 17 for the last time in this pre-final. Does he have anything? He's looking to take it to the inside. Ducked look.
There.
Didn't quite have the momentum, and they'll finish just in that order. Spencer Mast, Gabe Spencer will be second. Third will be our unknown Racer X driver here, Brant Estes, Sam Machado, Martin Simonoff, Vincent Capetillo, and Harrison Browning will be your top 8 here in the KA 100 juniors and seniors. Again, let's see where, Capetillo ended up 7th. He was moving up.
He was by far the fastest junior. He was able to take down a couple seniors and stay comfortably in the lead of all the juniors.
All right, so as we watch the KA 100s, on their cool-down lap, take it down into the paddock to go through the tech area to weigh in. We'll get ready for the next one, the next division, which will be the tag cadets and the tag rookies. And we will bring that to you in just a moment. Again, it's week 5 here at the Kart track at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. And so we've got, we're hanging in there at 81 degrees, so it didn't get any hotter. Overcast, mostly cloudy skies, not really overcast, but definitely a welcome sight to have some of that sunshine covered up. So it keeps it a little cooler out there, although saying cool in the summer in Georgia makes no sense whatsoever. It's pretty hot out there, but it's not as bad as it could be, especially given with the cloud cover. That helps that an awful lot. I'm Bill Rigdon. Alongside me is Mikey Lane, and we are having a great time bringing these kart races to you. We're glad you joined us on Facebook and on YouTube. Let's look at a replay of that incident that happened.
So I think this is the start of the race here. And they were all fighting for position on, right after the green flag. Into turn 1 on the race start. Beautiful shots here by our in-house flight captain, Jeffrey Farver. As they head up the hill on the race start. The race starts are always so much fun here. Because that, turn 1 into turn 2, down that hill. Well, a little nice replay of clouds there.
There's a little whip pan there, so we're good. All right. So if y'all enjoyed it the first time, you can enjoy it the second time as well.
This was the pass.
Oh, that was an outstanding move there on the part of the.
And that was Cameron Estes, and then unfortunately he was the one who got the worst end of the deal when they wrecked later. So that move was for naught.
It sounds like we've got another group heading out there, or at least I hear them humming along. We should be getting those tag cadets and rookies going in just a moment.
So here's some karts out on track. We'll get you the lineup here. Starting on pole is Austin Warner. Bowen Green in the number 4, starting in second. Kai Mars, third. Tylen Laney in fourth. Adam Durst in fifth. Gabriel Lopez Velarde in 6th, Callan Berghofer in 7th, Isaac Carvalho in 8th, Meyer Lewis in 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is Ryan Perez. In 11th, we have Francisco Puerta. In 12th, Ruben Greer, and running shotgun on the field, we have the number 30 of Arthur, and I'm going to butcher this last name.
Okay, hey, William? You're the official expert on how to pronounce. Not a pin. Thank you. Oh, not a pin. That's right.
We consulted the expert.
I was trying to remember that. Arthur, not a pin.
Arthur, not a pin. I remember it too, and I forget it every time.
So we spare no expense in getting things correct here.
And again, if we mispronounce anyone's name, please come up and yell at us. Well, don't yell. But you know.
The door is locked into here, so we have to let you in for you to yell at us. But
you can slide a piece of paper under the door.
That's right.
And look at the green flag, first time by. So
nice, good job.
First time by.
Tag cadets and rookies as they come in, and here's Arthur's dad here. Well, blame him. He told me wrong.
So what's
Not a pedian.
Not a pedian. Okay.
So all right. So how long have we been calling his name? This is like at least the 3rd season that I've been doing this, and we still can't get his name right. So we so totally apologize. Arthur, not a pedian, is in there, and here we go. Let's see. As we're working on completing lap number 1 here in the tag cadets and rookies pre-final, another 10-lap affair here at Atlanta Motorsports Park at the kart course, and here we go, coming out of turn number 17 down the line. Let's get our lineup refreshed here. Our leader is Austin Warner, followed by Kai Mars, Bowen Green, Talon Laney, Adam Durst, and Meyer Lewis will be the first half dozen. Kellen Berghofer, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, and Isaac Carvalho, followed by Francisco Puerta. That's your top 10. But at the line, it was already a 1.2-second lead for Austin Warner.
Kai Mars, I think he made up 1 or 2 spots to move into that second position. So a great first lap from him as he looks to hold on to that second place from Bowen Green, who's in that third spot, driving the number 04. As they head into turn 17 to complete their second lap with this 10-lap pre-final.
Kai Mars looking to the inside there of Bowen Green, and he does manage to grab third position away. So Kai Mars takes third from Bowen Green with a nice pass there on the front straightaway.
Oh, that's second. Or
I'm
no,
sorry.
Bowen Green has
Whatever
took
was it said.
second.
Bowen Green takes second. No, Kai Mars took it away from Bowen. Is that right?
There was a battle between Kai Mars and Bowen Green. The outcome has yet to be determined.
Ah, there we go.
I think.
Nonetheless, Austin Warner is still your leader.
Yeah, so Bowen Green and the 4 car right there is in second.
Okay, so it was Bowen Green that made
the
okay, gotcha. It's hard to tell whether the move is. I mean, we only get these updates at the line, so stuff that happens before or after, we're kind of on our own. So we do what we can. And here we come out of turn number 17 to complete lap number 3, and I know for sure that that's Austin Warner in the number 1. He'll hit the line. Then it'll be Bowen Green 1.9 seconds behind. Then Kai Mars right on his heels. And Talon Laney will be 4th. Adam Durst rounds out your top 5. Again, 3 laps complete of scheduled 10 here in the tag cadet and rookie pre-final.
So our top 5 racers in the cadet class, and then we'll start seeing some of the rookies and cadets farther on down. So similar to last race, how kind of one class dominated the first positions. Our first tag rookie is Callan Berghofer in the number 26. He is running 6th position. So
looks like that battle for second is not settled yet, as Kai Mars is looking inside and outside, looking for a way to reclaim that position from Bowen Green as they come out of 17 now. Come down the line. We've completed 4 laps, I believe. That should be lap number 4. Warner now with a 2.154 second lead over the second 2. But look at Kai Mars. He trying to get a fender if they had fenders underneath.
All over the back bumper of Bowen Green as they head down into the kink, and both Kai Mars and Bowen Green have had a chance to lead each other. Kai Mars was out for a little bit. Now Bowen Green's in front of him. So, tries to go for the inside move, but
that's a tough one. You got to do that one in a hurry and close it off before you get back to the opposite turn in that S's there. So here come Green and Mars still in that order, second and third. A leader. Let's see if that cost him anything as far as time, because here comes Warner to the line. He was up 2.1. Now let's see what the interval is at the line. He's added on another couple tenths as it's 2.3 seconds now. As we got a spinner.
Slow cart in the way. They'll get around him. I wonder if that will slow down Austin Warner, and he had to kind of check up to go around.
He came out of the corner, and there it was. I don't see. It's not in our shot, but I'm sure the corner marshals are certainly waving that one.
That's the number 44. That's Meyer Lewis.
That's a bad place to lose momentum because
it looks like they
just died on him or something happened. Yep.
He said, "Come on, give me a push."
Yeah, that's a bad place to lose power because you're definitely not going to coast back to the pits that way. But, yeah, you see that the top 3 have to make a quick move to get around them.
Yeah, and these the tag cadets and rookies, they just don't have the horsepower. If you stop at the bottom of that hill, you're not going to make it to the top without a push.
Yeah, one of the features of both tracks here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is the number and degree of elevation changes here. That's what makes racing here such a challenge, is not only are there technical corners, there are technical hills. And we talk a lot about turn 2 because there's a big downhill coming into that, but there's a hill going up out of 2 into 3 that's a very challenging for driver and kart alike, as we see our leaders heading into turn number 9. Now back to that second place battle. It's still Bowen Green just ahead of Kai Mars, but Kai Mars is not going anywhere as he's right in the tire tracks of the 04 of Bowling Green. We are 6 laps in, so it should be 2 laps to go when they come by. This time by, I should see the signal. It's an upraised, furled flag, I believe.
Well, it's a 10-lap race.
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking. Yeah, never mind. The next time by it'll be 2 laps. We just finished 7. It's not like I have a math degree or anything. Here we go.
And that's Austin Warner navigating the slower traffic, get around him pretty easily.
And there's another challenge for being the fastest guy on the track is you have to contend with the lappers first. And that can, if you don't handle it well, give you the carts following you opportunity.
Well, I think it's a good problem to have. I'd rather pass slower carts that I'm lapping rather than fight for position.
Well, it's always a crapshoot, though, as to where on the track. See, look at right there. You're looking at Green and Mars encountering the cart and the Essies. That may have cut more time off than when Austin Warner acquired them, say, coming down the straightaway. Sometimes, I mean, luck figures into it as well as far as where you pick up the traffic. And, of course, experience tells you how to handle it in each of those situations. At the line now, completing lap number. Now it's 2 to go. We see the signal, 2 to go. That Austin Warner's your leader with a 2.6 second lead over Bowling Green. Right behind him is Kai Mars. He's about a half a second behind now. At least at the line he was, the interval.
Yeah, I think Kai Mars got the worst end of that deal, catching that slower cart after the S's. Bowling Green was able to get around easily, and Kai Mars kind of had to check up a little bit.
This will be telling to see if Kai Mars can close back onto the bumper of the green cart. It might display that he is going faster, but just not fast enough to get around, if in fact he can close.
That is the fastest cart does not always win the race because you have to get around, and some people are just, they might not be the fastest, but they can hold a defensive line and out-position you for a whole race.
So I'll throw another cliche at you. Catching is one thing, passing's another.
There we go.
And here we come. White flag now for Austin Warner. Doesn't look like Mars has made up much of that deficit to Green. We will see as they come through. The leaders come through turn number 4 now. We know that Kai Mars desperately wants to get back on the back bumper of Bowling Green so that he can have something, a couple turns to do something about it. And maybe he is closing a little bit, but is it too little too late? As they come through 14 and 15, we'll see.
This is where Kai Mars was fastest here at this end of the track. Not going to get there to make too much of a move unless
short of a mistake.
Short of a mistake for sure. Checker flag is out. Austin Warner is going to take the win in this preliminary final as Bowling Green finishes second, Kai Mars third. Talon Laney will come around on the number 48 to finish 4th. As we wait for the rest of the carts to make their way around this track and receive the checkered flag. The Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie pre-final race, 10-lap race, setting the grid for the final race, the points-paying race, the big one that everyone wants to win at the end of the day.
And we'll have those for you shortly once we get through these pre-finals that will set the field. Again, the clouds seem to be breaking up a little bit more as we look out of our position. We see a little more blue sky, so it's more mostly cloudy than nearly overcast now. So the clouds breaking up a little bit. Let's take a look now.
And this is that battle between Bowling Green and Kai Mars.
And there was the pass that Green made right past the line, I think, to get position on that lap, and he was not to be headed after that.
All right, so coming up now, we have the Lo206 Seniors and Masters, and we have a whole gaggle of them, 28 carts about to be on track.
Wow. That should be fun. And it looks like most of them are seniors. I see a few Masters on there, but as we said in high school, seniors rule. So here we go, and we'll get them out on the track as we watch some replay action from the recently completed race there, the tag juniors and masters.
And you can see Green, he took that wide line. He was happy taking that wide line, just building up speed, knowing, yeah, Kymars might get to my inside, but I have the speed to drive away on the corner exit.
And there was that unfortunate stall midway up the hill. And just the frustration is palpable there. It's just not a situation you want to do is to quit, is to hear that engine quit or that drivetrain snap or whatever it is that happened that made it not go. But, yeah, you saw some good driving there by the top three as they were at speed while that happened. Really not enough time to get warning that it was coming, and they had to get around it in a hurry.
Here's another view, I think, of the cart that was stuck on the hill. You can see the yellow flags from the corner marshals.
Yep, and there goes the marshal on the hill looking to get him moving again, or at least get him out of the way.
And that's you don't see that in a big car racing where a corner marshal can run out onto the track and push the cart.
If they're smart.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Stuff happens. I mean, you know. But even so, these carts at speed are quite the projectiles. So coming up, it would be the Lo206 seniors and you say masters? Yep.
Masters.
Jarvis Lee and Erickson Evans will be our top two, with Carson Craig and Adam Phillips following. Let's wait till they get all queued up out there to make sure that I'm telling you the right thing. That's what our scoring sheet tells us right now is the lineup. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. Crept up another degree, Mikey. It's 83 degrees now, so I guess some of that cloud cover clearing is contributing to the temperature going up just a little bit, so 83 degrees here. Again, we're watching the exotics over on the main track going about, so as Mikey said earlier, they come out here a couple times a year. Number of different events that go on out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park that are of interest.
Yeah, the track, it hosts a monthly racing series at each track, open for anyone wanting to race. You don't have to be a member to enjoy all the racing we have out here on our 2-mile main course where they run the Miatas and the downforce cars, and or the 0.85-mile go-kart track that we are watching today. It's structured. Anyone, 5 and up can find a class that meets their skill level and budget. You can find more on the website, www.atlantamotorsportspark.com. And even if you don't see a class that you race that's not featured, if you can get 5 of your buddies together, come up here and we'll create a class for you. You can run out on the track, experience all the fun.
So if William could get 4 other trucks out there, he could run his truck.
Well,
I think you actually have to ride physically on the vehicle, right?
It might be in the rules that you have to be on the actual.
No radio controlled vehicles out there.
But
that's what we're watching today, by the way, is these monthly racing series for the karts. And again, the monthly series also on the main track will come up. Check the website, atlantamotorsportspark.com, for the schedule. And if you can't be out here in person to watch, and it's free, you can come out here and watch these cars run. It's fun, and you can get pretty close to the action and meet and greet drivers and just learn a lot about this sport that we all love so much and watch these guys go at it. But it's a great facility out here, and check it out on the website, atlantamotorsportspark.com.
Yeah, I think definitely it's a good time talking to all the drivers, kind of walking into the cold pits and seeing how they set up their cars and, kind of talk shop with them. It's always a good time. Even, with the go-karts as well, as we said, like that Paddock area. Just you can take one walk through there and you'll find people wrenching on carts and getting ready, and it's always a good time if you're into that stuff. As we'll wait here for this next session to come out. We've entered another lull, Bill.
I was just waiting to see what else you were going to say. I didn't mean just to hang here and just be quiet and make you fill space, but I do appreciate it. Now this is, again, monthly series out here.
Sounds like you boys ran out of something to talk about.
And if it isn't the man, the myth, the legend.
I heard dead space to fill.
So here we're with our executive producer, director.
Yeah, taking a break from truck cam.
Truck cam driver. That's true. He's a man of
Big Rig Rigdon. How's it going?
It's going good. It's race day, baby. And we are out here playing with new cameras, trying to give you guys the best view we can. Unfortunately, truck cam's on the batteries right now, charging up, but we were going to get him back and running here shortly. So if you guys can hear me out in the paddock and you see a truck riding around, it's about 1 foot off the ground. Make sure you wave at it and don't stand directly in front of it.
It's definitely one of the best ideas we've ever had. I'm going to go ahead and
This
say
was an 11th hour idea. We'll take you through the story of how truck cam came to be. Me and Mikey were just spitting ideas on the couch last night, and I said, you know what? Let's duct tape pole cam to my RC car and see what happens. And went out and tested it before the race, and it worked great. So,
and I want to say there were some haters that were opposed to this idea.
Yes,
I won't name any names.
There was one specifically that shares a last name with me.
Well, I won't name any names.
We won't tell you her name. However, she got outvoted 3-1 this morning, so truck cam became a thing.
She doesn't get 2 votes.
Actually, yeah, because she is carrying a child right now, so she still got outvoted 3-2. And you see the Lo206 Junior taking the track right now as they make their way around turns 13 and 14. A big grid out there today.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier, that Joe got a really good kart count.
Well, with the high count in the shifter class today, I'm pretty sure they condensed down LO Senior and Master into one group again. Last month we split them out because we didn't have the extra run group at the end of the day, but now that we got shifters here today, which is going to be an exciting race for you guys at home, make sure you stick around. We've got more shifters out here than we've had in a while.
Let's look at the wave around. I'll say I enjoy when both classes run together. I think seeing 20 karts on track, and even though there are 2 races going on, they all like to race each other hard. They all want to beat the older guys, and the older guys want to prove that they still have what it takes. So it's
yeah, because oftentimes when you're in these senior master classes, the seniors are actually a little bit faster than the masters just because they're younger kids. They can handle the G-forces, and they're just out there to prove to the old men in the masters class that they can take them. And then obviously you got the masters out there trying to prove to little whippersnappers that they don't know how to drive, and that's what makes this multi-class racing so much fun.
The green flag is in the air. They get it the second time by. Jarvis leads the field into turn 1. 2 by 2 by 2 all the way back.
3 wide in the grass.
How did they?
You owe me a Coke.
How did they pinch their way through turn 1 like that without incident? But that attributes to the skill that these guys have as they come now through turn number 4 by our position.
And I do want to say we do have a special competitor. Oh, look at this. 3 wide into the kink.
Oh, barely sorting it out just in time. Never a good thing to see when they're heading 3 wide into the kink.
Well, discretion was the better part of valor there, as they did manage to get single file before they got in there. But
look at that, like a game of snake through turn 9. But we've got a special competitor out on track right now, Mr. Al Edwards himself. And a lot of y'all might remember from last year, he took that crazy spill there at turn 1, almost full speed in the LO. He took a break for about a year, but I saw him dressed up today in the fire suit, ready to go. So we are excited to see Mr. Al Edwards back out on track, and he's racing Lo206 Master right now.
And they come down to the line to complete lap number 1. Your leader is Erickson Evans, followed by Jarvis Lee, then Adam Phillips, Carson Craig, Cameron Estes, Joe C. Davis, Michael Gay, Camden Trachtenberg, Juan Pablo Garcia, and Theodore Simonoff, your top 10.
As they make their way onto the backstretch. Like you said, a long snake of karts here. Multiple battles happening around the track.
The gap at the line between first and second was 0.18 seconds. So a little less than 0.2 of difference, but that's at the speeds they run here is not that big a difference. As you can see, the top 3 cars are pushing each other through turn number 14. And then there's another gaggle of 4 behind them. So the top 7 giving us a lot of action right here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Here they come down to the line. 1, 2, 3, just nose to tail, and the gap there is, again, a .17, even closer than before between Erickson Evans and Jarvis Lee.
Yeah, you see these first 10 or so karts, just it's crazy to see that many karts on track, and then you pause and look behind, and there's 10 more karts having their own other race. So races all over the track.
It's more fun to run with other karts than run by yourself. Of course, unless you're the leader. You always want to be by yourself when you're the leader. But that's how you sharpen your skills, is by dealing with traffic and good, clean racemanship.
Oh, a little bit of contact there. I'll try to get a number on this kart. You can see the fast hands moving, trying to keep that kart on the asphalt, and he does.
These karts are very responsive because there's just absolutely no translation. I mean, actually direct translation between pavement and hands with these karts, because they are very twitchy and they handle very quickly. So a good piece of driving there. That was, let's see, 55, is that right? That was, or was that Carson Craig? Was that 56? I misread, do not know if I read that number correctly.
That might have been Carson.
But look at that back beyond the top 4. They're going at it. And you can see them sawing away at the wheels to keep control as, that was Carson Craig and Cameron Estes kind of contending for position there.
And we're back live here.
Back live, seeing them coming out of the Estes and the S's come through. The top 3, look at that, too wide.
Getting a push from third place, said, hey, you want to go to the front? I'll push you there.
First to third, just in that little stretch there.
We'll find out who that was.
As we come out of turn number 17 down the line to complete lap number 4. That would be Jarvis Lee making the move there. Adam Phillips bumping Erickson Evans back to third.
So Jarvis Lee and Adam Phillips proving eight wheels faster than 4. Was able to get to the front. And this is, you could throw a blanket over those first 3 karts.
If you can keep those top 3 dicing together, though, that's good for the ones that are trying to catch them. Because if you can stay in a line and just
look at this,
settle it out later, you can make some distance. But that's not what's going on
Evans
here.
Looks on the inside. Is he going to complete the pass on Phillips?
He's looking to reclaim one of those
He
positions.
sets his sight for Lee. And this might just be a classic case of who makes the last move.
Or the last mistake.
The third place car is going to push him the same exact move that happened
look
before.
At that. There goes Erickson Evans back to the lead, bringing Adam Phillips with him and sending Jarvis Lee back to third.
And look who's entered the picture, the 4th place kart of Cameron Estes.
And just as I said, that dicing up front will allow you to close in, and we may have a 4-kart battle in just a moment. But look at is that Trachtenberg, I believe, is coming in, right? 82? Or is that Estes?
Oh, so I think Camden Trachtenberg made the pass on Estes and is reeled in these top 3 karts. Now it's top 4 karts, really. And the more they battle, the closer the gap becomes on the karts behind them. So it's a 2x2 battle here.
And look at Trachtenberg peeking inside, peeking outside. And I don't think he's going to take too long to make a challenge. Here he comes to the outside as they go through 14.
Side by side for third place. Trachtenberg makes the pass. And that's a hard place to make a pass. You're real fast there. The car's on edge, unloading all that weight. But he'll get it done as they head across the start-finish line.
That'll complete lap number 6. 4 to go here, and we've got a lot to be settled out in these 4 laps. Erickson Evans, Adam Phillips, Camden Trachtenberg, and Jarvis Lee. So Trachtenberg up to third now, and he's got his sight set on those top 2.
So pretty much all 4 of these karts have just traded places back and forth every lap. It's not over yet. We've seen moves happen in the final laps and the final turns. Still plenty of turns to make moves. Evans leads this group of 4 as they head into the S's here. They'll stay single file. This is where we saw a lot of the moves as they head back up the hill here.
Yeah, Trachtenberg steps out for just a second to see, but nothing doing as they go into the back portion of here. They'll head towards 14, 15, and then 16 and 17. Here they come out of the final turn down to the line. And Trachtenberg thinks about it, but cannot muster enough to get alongside. Second place, Adam Phillips. It's going to be Evans, Phillips, Trachtenberg, and Lee, your top four. Only 1/10 of a second flat difference between first and second, so they are right there. One on top of the other as they come by our position through turn 4 and turn 5. Heading toward the kink. We're on lap number 7, so when they come by the next time, it'll be 2 to go. 2 laps to go out of the scheduled 10 in this Lo206 pre-final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's week 5 of the Summer Karting Championship Series. And look at Trachtenberg thinking again. That seems to be the spot he wants to make the move, but he just hasn't been able to have the momentum to pull the pass off.
And so the top 3 karts have kind of escaped Jarvis Lee here, but if they all get into each other here at the end, Jarvis Lee will be in the spot to take it as they'll see the 2 to go. The 2 upright flags indicating that as they head into turn 1.
Just as they were nose to tail, they've spread out just a touch. It looks like Lee has in danger of losing contact, shall we say. And now there's that next 4 behind them. That'll be Estes, Craig, Davis, and Simonoff coming through turn 4 now. They've still got something to settle out as well. Again, we're on lap number 8. When they come by the next time, it'll be white flag. There'll be 1 to go after this.
Every position matters here. It's where you start in the final. It can mean the difference between starting up a couple rows or back in that points-paying final.
So that's Estes in number 17 leading this pack. He's in 4th place, followed by Carson Craig, Josie Davis, and then Theodore Simonoff in the 369. Here we come out of 17 now. The top 2 now, Evans and Trachtenberg, seem to have broken contact with Jarvis Lee as they get the white flag, and Trachtenberg took a look as they came across the line. Nothing doing there as they head into 1, but they're going to go up the hill, down the hill towards turn number 2 and back up as they'll come by us again. And look at that. Look at Trachtenberg taking advantage of gravity as he come up that hill. He had the momentum. That's one of the toughest parts to get any kind of momentum, is going uphill like that. But there goes Camden Trachtenberg. He just blew by him coming up the hill.
He must have had a lighter lunch or something. I don't know how he drove past him there. As they'll head into turn 9.
Turned up that NOS bottle, I guess, or something. He got up there, and here they come.
And
once he's passed, he's said goodbye. Look at that. Camden Trachtenberg taking the lead heading into 15, and will come out of 16 and 17 for the last time. Let's take a look at those the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, see how they settled out. Your winner will be Camden Trachtenberg. Let's look at this gaggle of 4 there. No change there, so your final order would be Camden Trachtenberg, Erickson, Evans, Jarvis Lee. Then Cameron Estes, Carson Craig, Josie Davis, and Theodore Simonoff in that second group of 4. Rounding out the top 10 will be Michael Gay, Juan Pablo Garcia, and then finally, Banu Yedla. We hadn't seen Banu today. He shows up, making the top 10 right there at the end. Good job for everyone. That was a rather nice race, an impressive move from mid-pack by Camden Trachtenberg to claim the victory in this pre-final.
All right. And so, Bill, I think we have a special treat here for the broadcast. We got some interviews.
Oh,
here.
Excellent.
The Battle of the Spencers, as we dubbed it. Spencer Mass and Gabe Spencer. We'll get them on the mic here. And we only have one mic, so we have to share. All right. How's it going, fellas?
Pretty good.
Good.
All right. So, competing for the lead there, what are your thoughts on that the pre-final that you guys raced in?
I thought it was really good. Just working together, break off from the rest of the pack, and not really worry about pressure from behind.
Yeah, we pulled a comfortable lead, and we thought we had time to battle it out the rest of the race, but we didn't have time. So.
Was that something that you guys strategized beforehand? Do you plan to work together, or is it just how it ends up? Is it experience? Because you know not to battle early because you can get away from the rest of the field and settle down amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I think we have some pretty good chemistry. We've worked together on the same team for a year, split up this this year, and we've just had previous teamwork experience, and we plan it out, and ends up working.
Well, do you find that you like to drive with certain other drivers over? I'm not saying I'm going to name names or anything, but there are people that you'd rather be with than not, or on the other hand, those you know how to give a wide berth to, or that you know that is best to heed with caution.
Yeah, so since we were on the same team, we just always worked together, so that's how we kept it over this season so far.
So what are track conditions like out there? How's the weather out there? Is the cloud cover helping any? Does it change the characteristics of either the engines or traction or just your comfort in general? I noticed I was remarking everybody seems to wear dark fire suits, and I think you want to be something light not to absorb so much heat out there. How much is the weather conditions affect you when you're out there?
It's really hot and tiring. Definitely have to drink a lot of water when you come off track. It's exhausting out there, especially going for 9-14 laps at a time. Racing and battling, it adds up.
How do you maintain concentration out there in those conditions?
Well, on the grid, it's really hot, but when you're racing, you're so focused you don't really notice it. It's just after you get off that you really notice how hot it is and how tired you are.
Now, you're a couple of young guys. What does it feel like Sunday morning when you wake up? Are you sore? Are you guys sore? I know an older guy like me would be, I wouldn't be able to get up. But how do you recover? Is it a thing, or do you just go out and play basketball or something the next day and everything's cool?
I get a little sore the next day. Mostly just go to bed early and sleep, and I'll be all good the next day. But other than that, you don't get too sore.
So we got the shifters here about to start, so I'll ask you one more question. So you work together to start on the front row for this final. Can we expect the same teamwork, or are you guys going for the win?
So this time we're probably gonna, bring it back. So we're gonna battle a couple laps earlier, and I hope it's the same this time, that we can get good starts and end up first and second, and see how it goes from there.
All right, well, guys, thank you for joining us. We're going to jump into the shifter carts here, but good luck. We'll be looking forward to seeing y'all race in the final on the front row.
That was the battle of the Spencers, Spencer Mass and Gabe Spencer. Cool to have them up here in the booth with us as we see the shifter carts have taken the green flag. And, we got 12 carts here on my race monitor.
Wow.
So a good field for shifters. Historically, shifters, not that many would come out, but we've seen good turnout in these past couple weeks.
Well, these are the fastest carts out here. They're the ones that hold the track records and such. But also they're the most complicated and probably the least populated, shall we say, of the divisions that you're going to see out here. But they always put on a good show here. We got Alex Mueller, John Stapleton, Anthony Brumfield, and Sam Carden were the top four listed on here. Let's see them go by the start-finish line. Actually, they did, and that's what
Like there might be a little delay on
we're not. They're not. Yeah, they haven't read. Are they that fast? They've
gone faster than timing.
Faster than timing can do it. Yeah, because I don't even have one lap down. So we'll
maybe we can see if we can get numbers on them here
when they come by. Yep. But it was a standing start. So this is one of two classes. Oh, we got trouble already coming through the S's. That is, who is that? 15. We have
15. We have a 15. Oh, maybe it's the 415 of Sam Carden.
Okay. Having some trouble. It just died on him coming out. Man, that's frustrating to just get one lap in and have that happen. And there
you can see him talking to the cart. Come on. Why are you doing this to me right now?
did pull off into the gore there, so he's in a more or less safe area. They'll get him out of there.
If he has to sit there the whole race in that all-black fire suit, like you said, that's
Yep.
far away from the rest. It's a long walk back. As all of the shifter carts have kind of spaced out here. We're still working to get timing and scoring up, and we'll
Yeah, I'm getting nothing right now other than the lineup. So
we have an idea who's out there. We just don't really know where they're running. We'll do our best here to figure it out.
So 1 and 2 have spaced out a good bit, and there's a substantial gap back to third as well. So we are getting into some mostly single file racing here. Now the thing is when you get to this speed, the faster they go, the more mistakes affect you. The more important, I mean, it's always important, technique and all that, but with these carts especially, you've got to handle them practically perfectly to get the performance out of them that you need to win.
I also feel like I'm no kart expert, but I feel like with the shifter carts being a little more advanced, sometimes some people are better at working on their carts than others, and you get a little disparity in between the different carts on track.
Yeah, these are the carts that turn the sub 50s or right around 50s, which is I think I'll have to ask someone who's got the records handy what the track record is here. But these are the types of carts that would be setting those overall kart track records. But you can just tell visually seeing it from the drone cam just how fast these carts are, and they go through and hug those corners and come through this course very quickly. Now that puts a lot of G-forces. We were talking about stress and strain with the Spencers earlier, and that when he throws you in and out of those G's, and you feel it the next day.
As they make their way onto the front stretch here, these races always fly by because, like you said, they go so fast, so much faster than the rest of the carts as well. As they make their way, and these carts do have the horsepower to get up this hill.
Yes, you don't see them
they don't
scooting in the seat trying to get the thing up the hill. No, they can carry that momentum. Although, again, that's a steep hill. You guys in the area, if you're ever over here, you can come drive this very same course in the public carts, and you can see what that hill's about. You can put up that hill, and you need to keep your momentum to make a good time, because that hill will cost you some time if you come into it without carrying the mow from the previous turn.
It might be a little cliche to say,
I'll go ahead.
It's like, a roller coaster out here.
Yeah,
but if you ever go down turn 2 in a cart and you look straight down, it is basically the same view you get on the top of a hill at a roller coaster.
Yeah, there's a corner on the main track that is a blind off camber downhill turn that you just have to know where it goes when you enter it, because you're not going to see the exit until you're well into it.
Yeah, both the kart course and main course just full of elevation change, blind corners, off camber turns. It's the most exhausting track walk you'll ever do if you get a chance.
Watch this. He is throwing that cart around. That ground level coming through the S's, you could just see him manipulating that cart through those corners and taking those G's. Actually, that's a handful to hang on to it at that speed as well. They'll start to skate on you a little bit.
I feel like you see the fastest kart racers have a little bit of, they're loose. They're not as tight as normal karts. There's a little bit of slide, and I think the fastest times are, you can see that.
Loose is fast. I'll throw another cliche at you. Now, do we say loose or do we say oversteer in kart racing?
I've always heard.
I'm an old NASCAR fan, so it's always going to be loose and tight with me. But yeah, understeer, oversteer. But whatever it is that tail end wanting to swing out is going to be either oversteer or loose, and that's the fast way around if you can hang on to it.
If you can hang on to it, that is.
That's the big if. But that's what separates the winners from the losers is the ones that can hang on.
That's why we're up here, and
Yeah,
they're down
exactly. And then separates those of us that just talk about it.
there. Great shot here. I mean, so much faster than other carts heading through that kink. Like you said, technically they're 2 turns. They don't take them as turns, though. They go right through them.
But as the weekend progresses, you can see the line form and the rubber laid down. You can see the line that they take. And if you look at some of these corners, the lines are remarkably straight through left-right series, and especially that kink shows that. So here we come down to the line. White flag says just that quickly we got 9 laps out of the way. 1 more to go here, and look at him just fly through that corner. A controlled drift really going through the corner. And that takes some nerve, too, to hang on and drift and have that cart on the edge of traction, if not just slightly braking. It got a pass right there as we come through for third. Yep.
And, these are some of the only carts that can make a move going up that hill, and it's not a surprise to see as they have the horsepower. So if you get a better exit, you can definitely drive by.
And we actually have our timing and scoring back. So that's been Alex Mueller that's been running away with it there. Sam Carden is second, Anthony Brumfield third, and Daryl Cannon is fourth. So here we come. Out of turn number 17 for the final time in this pre-final is Alex Mueller will be your winner. Sam Carden will cross the line in second. Then comes Anthony Brumfield, I believe, and then Daryl Cannon will wrap up the top 4. I don't have a number on anybody. Actually, nobody else has registered laps after that. It locked up again. So we'll just take it on faith that was the top 4, and we'll move on to, I guess we'll move on to the finals. So we'll have a brief break or not. Are we going to just go ahead and jump right into the roll right into the finals?
I think it depends on if they have them ready and staged, but probably not too much of a break.
Yeah, we got to get through these.
Your winners were Mueller, Carden, and Brumfield.
And that's, yep, we got that right. Good. Confirmation. Our director has confirmed that we were correct, which, when you're used to being correct, you don't really need that confirmation, but there we are. All right, it's week number 5 of the Kart Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. Skies gradually breaking up, temperature going up. We're now at, we're still at 83 degrees. Okay, so hitting about the 3 o'clock mark, we will in about half an hour. That'll probably be where the temperature peaks if it's going to during the day. We had a report from a couple of our young competitors that, yes, it's hot out there, but generally when you're sitting still in the grid, but once you get racing, you don't think about it. You're concentrating on that cart in front of you and the cart behind you and getting around this track as quickly as possible. That was a fun conversation. I like to get inside the heads a little bit and see what they're thinking. It was the teamwork aspect, I think, that's most interesting to me. And you see that in all forms of racing, that when you develop that relationship with a competitor, that you can trust him and he can trust you, and you can work together to your mutual benefit, and then at the end settle it out. So it'll be fun to see when that teamwork ends and when the actual competition starts between the two Spencers. And here we come onto the track for our first final of the afternoon. This is going to be our Lo206 Cadets coming out. And it'll be Joseph Saddington, Oliver Nybert, okay.
Kyle Farrell, Ruben Greer in the top 4, Kai Mars in 5th, David Glukowski in 6th, Javier Soto in 7th, Ryan Dehoney in 8th, Bowen Green in 9th, Grady Hughes round out the top 10. In 11th, Wesley Bacon. In 12th, Alyssa Vasquez. In 13th, Logan Bice. In 14th, Ethan Shore. And running shotgun on the field is in the number 111, Scotty Arnold.
There we go.
You hear them fire up below us, the roar of the mighty Lo206 Cadet karts.
Well, since we did know, well, we've got an unfamiliar position for me to see Alyssa Vasquez that far back in the field, but she's running in the juniors.
So it was actually the
Yes.
first race when we didn't have time in scoring.
Right.
I saw her. She was one of the karts that got in that wreck when they got stuck together.
And that's what I was going to say. Is that something that we just didn't know who it was?
We didn't know who it was, although I did think it was her. It recognized her pink fire suit. She has
there
that
we go.
iconic.
Okay, to be honest, this is one of my favorite groups to watch because these guys just go at it, and it's just a lot of fun to watch. So, can we see Alyssa Vasquez carve through the field? We've seen her do it before, but can she do that in the time that she has?
So, if these starting positions are correct, there's cadet and junior. She doesn't have that far to
That's
go
true.
to win her division. Although knowing how Alyssa drives, she's going to want to get to the first. She wants to be the first to cross the finish line, regardless of who's on track.
I think when you are on the track, as long as you don't see anybody ahead of you, you know you're in good shape. But as long as you keep seeing another cart that you can pass, then you do that. But yeah.
And I think that is the fun if you're coming out here to race. You want to pass people. You want to improve your position, even if it's not for points.
That's true. She's third right now, starting third in her class. So that'll be a subplot of this Lo206 Cadet and Juniors final here.
Major championship implications.
Implications are what we're all about.
Implications. As they're fired up below us, just waiting to get the green light from the marshal down there, so they can make their way down the hill on their formation lap. Great shot of the building here. You can see the overcast clouds on this side of the building, but looking towards the track, it's
That's true.
nice blue skies.
It looks better out our window than it does on our monitor right now.
Kind of looks like the Simpsons intro, like how the clouds.
Oh, there we go.
So the karts, they need to get on track, because if we
You're telling where we're going to go
There's
after
no
this. And we've already gone to the Simpsons. Yeah, I think I brought up Mike Mulligan and his steam shovel earlier, and
well, you
start
started
reaching.
with that one. That was right out of the gate. I didn't know I was in English class.
Well, here we go. Some people are running out.
There
There we
we
go.
are.
Here they come. Yay. Sighs of relief all over the nation as here it come. The Lo206 Cadets and Juniors getting ready to line it up and get at it here in their final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's a great view there. You can also see the main track that we had talked about as well.
As they make their way through the S's.
Past the condos, by the way, those are shaping up nicely.
Yeah, it seems like every time I'm up here, a little bit more is done to them. They look a little bit nicer every time.
Those things are selling it's amazing how quickly those things fill up.
Have you seen the picture of what the inside's going to be like?
No.
So the garage, you actually can bring your car into the garage, and it lifts up into the living room. So you can have your nice car up there and be a talking piece. So.
Oh, if I only could, I'll bring this up next break we have. Remind me about the car, the garage in the living room. Oh, here we go. We're gonna have a pass through here. They're gonna bring them around one more time. There was a concept in the 50s of the car. Since cars were so beautiful, you'd want to make them the centerpiece of your house. So actually, they had living rooms arranged around the garage, so the car would be in the middle. And I've seen concepts, that great 50s art style,
That'd be
where
nice.
the cars are gigantic anyway. I don't know if anybody considered the issue of carbon monoxide, but it was kind of a cool deal. So I guess it's come full circle, and they were actually doing that here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So the future is now, or something like that, and we get another. Sorry, folks, we're going to have to talk about something else for another wave
20
around.
seconds.
Oh, no, but it's, if you're a motorhead, that sounds just ideal. And at a place like this, I think that's cool to have
Well, I mean,
a condo like that.
already have the garages all around property here, and
Right.
it's always a good place to hang out
And
in
that's
front
what
of
you're
your
here
car.
for. You're here because you're here for the cars.
For sure.
And so the car should be the centerpiece. And right now, the karts are the centerpiece as they come out of turn number 17 for the third, and we hope final time for this
Not very
final.
grouped up here, so.
And we are going to get
Green
a
flag.
green flag. I think it's
I think they
let's
said.
go. Yes, things
Yeah.
you shouldn't say. Yes. You just go ahead.
Go ahead.
Here. And here we go out of turn number 2 for the first time as they snake up the hill. Definitely a difference between watching these guys go up that hill, those shifter cars. But here we come. Got a little of a straggler there, too. Who was that? Cannot tell who that was. A little bit, got a little off-track action. And we want to keep an eye out for number 07, though. That's Alyssa Vasky we talked about before. There we go. That's who it was. It was, I'm trying to read this. Is it 01?
13. That might be Kyle Farrell.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. And here we go back to live action.
So, yeah, like you said, Alyssa Vasquez on the number 7, but most easily identified by her signature pink fire suit.
There you go. And here we come out of turn number 17 for the first time down to the line. And your leader is going to be Bowen Green, followed by Joseph Saddington, then Javier Soto, Oliver Nybert, David Gilchowski, and him, Alyssa Vasquez, already up to 6th. She started 12th. She's now 6th. Okay.
So
that answers that question.
That answers that question.
She is ready to rock. So they're coming into your picture right there. You can see that leading that little pack there. So she's got a bit of a gap to the 5 in front of her, but she's definitely made up some ground so far. And look at your 1 and 2, nose to tail, Green and Saddington. And we've seen these guys go at it before. And here they go. It looks like Saddington's just pushing him.
They're
so tight. And not to mention, third and fourth, Soto and Nybert, same way.
Could barely fit an index card in between the bumpers of those 2 carts as they head across the line.
And they come hard out of 17, get almost off into the apron coming out of that corner. So they are pushing it for all it's worth. And Saddington peeks to the inside, nothing doing yet, but we saw this before, though. We saw this in the pre-final.
With these finals being 12 laps, those extra 2 laps make it hard for you to hold on. I mean, if you barely held on for 10 laps,
yep,
those extra couple laps is kind of overtime, and sometimes certain racers.
Well, look at it this way as well. Do you wait another couple laps before you start really pushing? Again, when we were talking to Spencer and Gabe earlier, is that there's not a point to really dice up just yet. If you can put some distance between yourself and the rest of the field, no sense in wearing yourselves out until it really counts. And it won't really count for another 8 laps or so for these guys.
Definitely for the first little bit, you want to,
But just look at them. They seem to be pushing harder. I mean, you can see by the distance that they have back to third place. But especially watch them come out of 17 next time by, and they go a full cart width further out coming out of 17 because they are really, really pushing it.
And we don't know if Bowen Green and Joseph Saddington are teammates, but they might have an unspoken agreement here to say, hey, all right.
They obviously run well together.
Let's run well together, and then in the last 4 laps, I'll stop being your friend.
And that's it. That's exactly it. And what I want to know is there any pride in leading the most laps, or is it really who?
I think the only lap that matters is the last.
And is it only just the last lap that matters, right? But I'm thinking sometimes if you're content to follow in somebody's footsteps, or tire tracks, let him make the mistake. But you saw how they came out of 17. I watched the next 2 come out. Nowhere near. Of course, they're dicing for position, so the line is going to be a little different. But these guys are just squared up and ready to just turn some lap times.
Now, Bowen Green looked behind Joseph Saddington like he was expecting him to make a move, so maybe they're not teammates. Maybe they're just really, racing close.
And I'm thinking if I'm comfortable and I'm not losing contact with the guy in front of me, I'd be content because you've got all that time to study him. And we've seen it before. You don't want to make the move too soon because that allows your opponent to make a counter move or to regroup and make the final charge. So that's why often it's the last lap or the second to last lap where the real action happens.
You have to have some real poise, though, because
Yes.
it would eat me up if I never made the move and then lost the race after following for 12 laps.
Now, of course, if he makes a mistake, you take advantage of it. But then the really crafty driver is the one who can let you by and you didn't realize you got let by, and then set you up, to come back. So I've seen that happen. Driver lay way back, knowing he could make a run, and just setting them up. So here we go. We are in lap number 5 now, lap 5 of 12 here in the Lo206 Cadets and Juniors. Alyssa Vasquez, since we mentioned her, is still in 6th. She is 11 seconds behind the leaders. She is about 5 seconds behind the next cart in front of her. So we'll kind of keep one eye on just the gap there and see if she's making any progress. But we're
Importantly
really focused.
for Alyssa, though, she is the lead junior
Right.
cart. And she's about 2/10 or so ahead of Wesley Bacon. So anything she gets after this is just, the cherry on top.
Yep. So here we come down to the line with our top 2, Green and Saddington. Oh, the margin at the line, by the way, the last time was less than 1/10 of a second. It was .077, 77 1,000ths of a second was the difference. And I'm looking to see, and it's not updating on me right now, but we can get you an update on that as soon as it does. But it's Green and Saddington.
There's a slower cart up ahead, so we'll see if this plays in. They look to be much faster than that last place cart.
It may not be too much of an impedance.
Although, 2 carts are a lot bigger of an object to get around one cart, so see if they can stay together or if they have to split up. We saw that with Kai Mars.
That's true. One
got the worst end of the deal when they tried to pass.
Depends on where you catch them. But here we go. They're going to take them going into 16. That was easy enough, or it looked easy. Made it look easy anyhow.
And we got a little weather update. There is a rainstorm coming in right behind the building here. We can see it on camera.
I actually see the rain now.
So,
Well, so much for all my weather talk about mostly cloudy.
And how will this change? I mean, I wonder, did they know about the rain coming and they put on, rain tires before?
Will they come in and put in the rain tires?
Oh, a little bit of a slide. We see that wet weather. And this is going to change everything, I think.
Okay, we've lost count of the laps on this, but we've got to be 5 or 6 laps in, about halfway through. The rain is coming down. It's going to be one of those real quick showers that one would think, summertime in Georgia type deals.
Yeah, you can see it raining on this side of the track.
It's grounded the the drone cam.
Skycam has been grounded.
So here we go, coming out of 17 one more time now.
So I think that's a slower cart in front, and then there's the 2.
Here they come, side by side, hitting the line, and it looks like I believe Green held on to that one. Then we got a spinner. Yeah, now it's starting to show. Coming out of 2. Oh. Yeah, you got to be really careful coming out of 2, again, because you've got that extra momentum being that it's downhill. So let's see who we've got coming by here. Yeah, look at them sliding. Definitely going to cut their lap times down because they're going to have to be really careful going
It's still
into those
Bowen
tighter
Green in
turns.
the front.
Right.
And so I don't think these carts can run in the rain. They do have rain tires, but did they put them on before this race?
I seriously doubt it, the way that they're all going very slowly, relatively slowly anyway, through these corners. Keep an eye out for some slipping and some sliding. Oh, so they're going to
we just
call
heard
it
they're
short.
getting the checkered next time by. They're going to shorten the race.
I think that's, especially given the sudden change in conditions, that's going to make sense. Yeah, he thought about the white flag,
and
but
he said,
there's your
no,
checkered
we're ending
flag.
it now.
They're going to call it right now. That would be Bowen Green and Joseph Saddington would be your 1 and 2. And unfortunately, we had a little lockup on our screen, our
timing and scoring.
there. So let's see. That was third, fourth, fifth. Was that one? No, there comes Alyssa Vasquez. Okay. We see the pink cart. And they're all slowing down. They're by raising the hand, as Mikey pointed out. So that was a fun one, but it unfortunately very anticlimactic because we didn't get to see that battle that we were waiting to see shape up between Bowling Green and Joseph Saddington.
Yeah, we definitely would have liked to see it go the whole distance, but there is a safety issue.
Oh, certainly.
Not, with these carts being on track. All the elevation change and off-camber turns are even more dangerous on slick tires.
This isn't Formula One. You can't come in and change onto rain tires in 3 seconds like they do. But that one was fun while it lasted, Mike. So looking forward to the next one once we get conditions squared away. So a little bit of a change in the situation here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Everybody scrambles for cover as we have a, what's it called, late afternoon, early evening thunder shower come in. I don't know if there was thunder, but I didn't hear any thunder, but we just had the rainstorm come in. Usually these things are accompanied by thunder, so that might be a consideration as well. We might not have heard it, but.
And they, like I said, they do have wet tires, so the next class that comes out can prepare for the wet weather. Although I don't know if they might hold the next class here and see if this shower passes. It does look sunny on one side of the building, so it might just be a little bit of a rain shower.
Well, it got up to 85 degrees now. I was thinking it would hold on, and then it just jumped up another 2 or 3 degrees on me. But currently 85 and rainy at the moment. But if we look out our window, we can still see blue sky. So it's crazy. It's not something that's going to last for very long, one would not think.
We got a view of truck cam here, looking at the tech building.
Yes, do not worry about the truck cam. It's staying dry. That's I pushed them out of tech.
We were able to ground sky cam in time, so.
Everybody's scrambling to get things covered. Again, this should not last very long. It doesn't look like the type of a rain shower that would last that long.
I think rain was scheduled in the forecast, and it got pushed back a while. So I think we were lucky to get a lot of racing done, and I think for the most part this will pass.
Spoken like a couple of race fans. Oh, yeah, this isn't much. It's going to pass. And
well, we were at Bristol, the Bristol race, and by some miracle, that race was able to finish the full length under green.
Yep.
And
well, I just remember countless times sitting at a paved track, saying, "Oh, it's lighter gray right there." You're looking for the spots on the track drying, and all. Whenever racing that has to be on a perfectly dry track, that's the most frustrating. If you can run in the rain, then you've got a little more latitude, just as long as there's no thunder or dangerous weather going on. And I mean, you can see from the truck cam that it's not raining on that, or not raining much anyway on that end of the track. Well, there's an umbrella or two, so I guess we've got that. Oh, everybody's waving, but you can see the blue sky. So go figure. This can't last too long. I was going to check the radar right quick here and see if we're in the middle of something huge or whatever. Let's look at it. It's just pop-ups all over the place. Doesn't look like there's much to it.
I say if we can get a green screen out here, we can do a weather, get the radar out.
And here's your low pressure system over the Rockies. Yeah, I got you. So let's see. And there is I'm trying to find where we are. There we are. Yeah, it's funny. There's a red cell that's just right on top of us. And let's see if I can make it move. Yeah, it's like it's gonna sweep right past us in just a little bit. So I don't anticipate this to rain for very long, and we can just kind of get festivities back underway very quickly here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Well, we got truck cam back on the
prowl
move.
in the little spectator area here. It's in between turn 1 and 2 and 3.
Still see some raindrops coming down. Yeah, it's coming down pretty steadily here. Not heavy, but steady.
Well, truck cam. And so it looks like we're going to go on a 10 or 15-minute break here. So
I think we'll just kind of let the pictures do the talking, say, and maybe get a get a bottle of water or something.
that sounds good. I think
Maybe, I don't know, we can dial up a replay or something, or I don't know if there's anything we can do. Yeah, whatever, or show highlights from last week, or how long is that one? Okay, we don't want to do. All right, so yeah, we're gonna shut it down for a little bit, and we will rejoin you as soon as the weather allows, which does not look like it's going to be too terribly long. We are coming to you live at the moment from Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. We'll see you in a few minutes. unmute us. Oh, okay. Hello. Welcome back, race fans. We are still at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the fifth month of the Summer Championship Series here at the Kart track. We are getting ready to get another final underway. This is going to be
Tag Senior.
Tag Seniors, and they're going to run wet. So here we go.
So it looks like they gave him a little couple laps or whatever to feel out the conditions. We're back from the weather delay. I've never seen a wet race here, so I think we're in for a treat.
They'll run here as long as there's no lightning. So we haven't had any lightning, fortunately, so we can get these guys underway, and we'll see. I don't know. We'll see if they're slipping and sliding. The conditions are kind of not. The green flag is out. Green flag is out. The conditions aren't exactly conducive to our electronics, so they may be a little limited on what angles we can show you. But here we go. Coming out of turn number 1, Daniel Perez and Leonardo Oliveira are your leaders as we are underway here in the next final here. You got a little slipping and sliding already. So now the first few laps is going to be drivers feeling out the conditions and seeing what they can and cannot do. As we saw that Perez realized something he couldn't do and almost paid the price for it as they go roaring into turn 9. And we will see as they come around what will.
Yeah, Perez went a little wide there, and I think Oliveira kind of got scared by what he saw, so he decided to back off. And
so here we go, coming out of 14 and down into 15 and 16 is going to be your leader, Perez and Leonardo Oliveira. We assume we'll get a for real lineup when we complete lap number 1. You can see them fighting those things for control. Yes, so it's Daniel Perez is your leader. Leonardo Oliveira is second. Erickson Evans and Leonardo Pratis are your top 4 with Gabe Spencer. Our buddy Gabe Spencer, we talked to him before, driving in this class as well, in 5th position. I believe those are the only 5 we've got out there because the rest of them are not scoring if they're running at all. Top 2 have taken quite a
so
hefty
I think we
lead.
had 2 carts crash off screen.
We may have to go stand out on the balcony and see what we can see. I don't know. We'll see them come out of 14 when we come back into view, and there they go. There's Perez and Oliveira again. And what has turned into a 2-kart race so far as they come down to complete, I believe this will be lap number 2 of the scheduled 12. And as they run and things dry out here, the conditions should improve.
Oh,
we got a spinner just.
Spin and a wreck at the top of the hill.
I don't think positions changed at all.
I don't think so either.
Now, how often do you see that where the leader spins, gets hit, and he comes out of it in the lead? So that was a good piece of driving there by Daniel Perez, able to recover.
And, yeah, spun at the top of the hill right when they have to get on the brakes.
And they get to that dip down there going through 5 and 6, the kink, and you see them splash. So you know there's going to be a sudden short loss of traction right there. That's got to be scary, especially at the speeds these guys can get up to.
And you can see the sun is out. It stopped raining, and the track is – you can literally see it drying on the screen. The vapor is coming off the track.
So after being spun and hit, it looks like Daniel Perez has come out ahead in that exchange. Sometimes it all works out for you, but look at him just bobbing and weaving coming out of the corner, just trying to hang on to control.
If Perez, can hang on for the rest of these 9 or so laps, he'll have completed the spin and win.
Exactly. Perez, Oliveira, Spencer, Evans, and Prates are your 1 through 5 here.
Is it Prates or Prates?
I want to say Prates just because that's just me, because his first name is Leonardo, so I'd assume it's Prates. But any mamas or relatives or whatever want to come correct us, we're open to correction. I take I guess, a semi-educated guess eight years of Spanish is about the best I could do. Two quarters of German, and that's about all I know about foreign names.
Yeah, I took about 2 years of German, and I don't remember a single word. So
Bitte. Dankeschön. I watch Hogan's Heroes every night, too, so that's how I brush up on my German, or my German accent.
which I think is more important than actually learning the words.
Exactly, is to say it with authority. Perez seems to be stretching it out a bit after that little near misfortune that he had early on as he comes slipping through turn number 4 and 5 in front of us, heading to the kink. And it does look like the track looks like the water is dissipating somewhat. It's still not great by any stretch of the imagination, but it looks like they should have it pretty raceable fairly soon, and we won't really have to worry so much about the traction. Well, for the next classes anyway, this one's still up in the air, and there comes Daniel Perez through turn number 15.
Into 16 and 17.
And let's get an interval at the line and see exactly how much distance he's put himself between himself and Oliveira. But they wiggle. They are wiggling coming out of that 17, and it's going to be, that's a 4 seconds. So looking good for Perez at the moment, but as with the wet conditions, you never know. Spencer still your third place runner, and Erickson Evans is in fourth as we watch leader Perez going through the kink again. You can see him cutting tracks through, so that's good. That means the tires are finding traction if you can see tire tracks going through the water. And we got a spinner then coming into turn number 4. Gets it back underway. And that, I believe, was that Gabe Spencer? He was passed by a couple, so I assume it was our third place runner. We'll see as we come out of 17. Here we go. Our leader coming out of 17 again, coming down to the line. It'll be halfway. That'll be halfway through. 6 laps complete for Daniel Perez. That puts Leonardo Oliveira 4.6 seconds behind Perez, as we are working on lap 7 of 12 here in this tag final. Looks like there's, I don't know, is it still raining out there, Mikey? Can you tell?
No, it looks like it stopped raining. It's just still wet.
Oh, I saw a raindrop, but I think it might have been just water coming off the eave rather than actual rain. Drivers are battling each other and the track conditions here. I say it's got to be kind of scary to go through that water down there at the bottom of the hill at speed and trying to corner at the same time. Meanwhile, your leader seems to be having no issue whatsoever as he comes down to the line to complete lap number 7, I believe, or 8. Now I'm losing my losing contact because I'm looking at the. We have 2 Daniel Perez's on there.
Yeah, it seems like the race monitor that I have and the one that is on the actual stream is a little
They're
different.
actually different, yes.
So.
Go figure. So, but they're blinking as they come by. So I'm getting 7 laps complete. We're working on lap number 8 of 12. So that'll be 4 to go when they come back by the next time. Here comes your leader through turn number 4. Man heading away from us.
Really have to be easy on the throttle here on these sharper turns. You can get that crazy oversteer and snap the cart around.
Yeah, looks like Perez are opening up a almost 6-second lead now. As he comes down to the line, we'll get another interval once Oliveira comes by, but I think this one is Perez's to lose as long as he can keep the wheels underneath him. And he doesn't have to go that fast now, especially through those wettest, puddliest portions of the track. Yeah, it's a 6.46 second gap from first to second.
Well, we talk about, just because the leader has checked out, it doesn't mean they can't make a mistake and give up.
Especially right now. We saw it happen early on. And we've got less than 2 laps to go. We're on lap 8 now. So next time by, Daniel Perez will see the white flag. goes, flying into turn number 15. Then 16, he'll come out into that less tight radius, number 17, the final turn, coming down to the line to get the white flag, and that'll be lap number 9 turned, and let's see what the gap is back to Oliveira, 7.491, so he's just pulling away. Daniel Perez taking advantage of the wet conditions, I suppose, or at least not letting them hinder him.
You can see, Daniel Perez, the way he takes all of his lines, he's definitely riding way more on the edge than some of the other drivers out there. So the wet conditions not playing too much of an effect on him.
Well, I will say we only saw, 2 spins this race? I think it's a remarkable job by everybody getting into less trouble than they did. We saw that one in the front, and then there was, I think, a third-place spin. I believe that was Spencer or Prades or somebody spinning. But that's about it. So here we come down to the line.
2 to go.
For 2 to go. Oh, I'm thinking 10 laps. I'm thinking I'm still in a pre-final.
We are in the final, yeah.
So it's a 12-lapper. Sorry about that. I was thinking we had 2 laps to go 2 laps ago. But now we have 2 to go. We are now on lap number 11 of the scheduled 12 here in this final. So I hope I didn't speak too soon saying about how well everyone has driven in these conditions, because we still have a couple laps to go.
There is time.
But there is always time, but the conditions will only improve as the rain stops, and it has stopped. You know, we never lost any. I mean, you could always see blue sky out of our window. That's what's crazy about this, is we had all that rain, stopped us for 15 minutes or so, but still didn't lose sight of blue sky.
That's really what cut the last race short, was everyone saw blue skies, so didn't really put wet tires on, and went out, and then all of a sudden the skies opened up.
White flag flies for Daniel Perez. Oliveira is now 10 seconds back, so it's pretty much a matter of just coast to a win here for Daniel Perez. And again, it's noticeably, the puddles are noticeably smaller, shall we say, going through the kink. Meanwhile, it looks like the exotics are taking it very carefully over on the big track. I think I would too, handling iron that costs that much in those conditions.
I think one of the tires on those Ferraris is about
what one of these carts costs.
the price of a cart.
All right, so coming out of 17 for the final time today for this class comes Daniel Perez. He'll take the checkered flag. We'll wait here another 10 seconds or so. We should see Leonardo Oliveira come out. Here he comes down to the line. Look, no hands, and it is done. He will come in second, 12.762. Yeah, I don't think this was one worth running the risk on. I think everybody was just happy to finish this one. And our third place finisher, Erickson Evans, will come in, and we should see, I guess, Gabe Spencer coming around out of 17 now. He'll take the checkers. That'll secure 4th place for him. And finally, Leonardo Prates coming across. He'll take the checkers, and that is our race. So
only a couple spins in the wet, so
it was
kudos, hats off to the driver.
Action in a different manner, but it was actually really cool to watch the way these guys handled it, because it was less than ideal traction coming through, and they kept those carts under them for the most part.
Sometimes that's the joy of motorsports too. It's not necessarily the drivers versus drivers; it's the drivers versus the track. And so that was one of those races where, yeah, they were racing for position, but mostly just trying to keep it on the track, and they did a good job. You see them lining up to go through tech. We'll get the next class out here. As these classes go out, more and more of the track will dry off, and we'll get back to those normal conditions.
So if you're the crew chief, what are you dictating as far as tires go? You putting on the?
Are we doing a crew chief segment?
You can be you can be my Larry McReynolds.
I'll be the Larry McReynolds. Okay.
What are you telling your driver now?
Well, current trends show that when the rain's done, I don't know. I think
My assumption would be if there's any sign of wetness on the track, you're going to go with something with a tread on it.
I think so.
You got to have something that'll handle that.
Considering how those carts were loose in the turns, you don't want to be the only guy out there on slicks and have to putt it around. But maybe if you're in the back of the pack and you weren't going to win anyways, maybe you gamble. Maybe you have a little less, little less tread. You go for the slicks. The track dries up faster than everyone thinks, and maybe you get some spots from it.
That would take some guts, though. I mean, it's
Well, you said it.
or some patience, actually.
These young drivers don't they don't really recognize their own mortality like some of the older drivers. So
There is that. That's true.
you can see a great shot under the kart track building that we're in right now.
Are they allowed truck cam in?
Truck cam got behind. He's behind enemy lines, looking.
Staying out of the wet. There we go.
You can see him giving a little talk with the marshals, AMP staff, getting them ready. It looks like we got about 6 carts for this next class. And we'll get names and positions when they come out. But great races so far today at Atlanta Motorsports Park up here in Dawsonville. A little bit of weather, but it just adds to the fun. No lightning delays, so that's
always
good.
Yeah, bite your tongue for
I
sure.
think the showers are kind of always fun. It's just those thunderstorms that really
Right.
put a hamper on things. But
Temperature's still hanging in there at 85 degrees, though. So now with the rain, I'll bet it's kind of steamy out there.
I am glad we're inside.
Absolutely. You probably see it come up off the
Here's a
off the
replay
pavement
of the
spot.
spin. Perez spun, made contact, and said, "Oh, I'm still in the lead." Okay.
Okay, so that wasn't a traction loss. That was just a good old rubbing and racing there. But look at them go through
that
that
puddle.
Maybe that did everybody some benefit to slow them down going through that
Well,
puddle.
rename that part of the track to swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so Perez spin and win. Get to add that to the trophy case.
All right, so week 5, round 5 of the Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. We've seen a lot of great action so far. All of our pre-finals had action left and right, and so far the finals have held service as well. We've got a lot of action in different fashion. We had a leader spin and win, as Mikey just alluded to.
So here, firing up below us, we have the Tag Masters.
All right.
So don't really know if this is the starting lineup. We'll get a better idea when they come by, but we have Jose Garcia, Donald Davis, Lon Washburn, John Stapleton, Aiden Johnson, Kyle Clark, Scott Butler, Craig Foster, Bobby Keys, Bill Stremple, Milko Simonov, Sam Carden, and Jack Fader. So 13 carts. I don't know if all 13 will be out there. It didn't look like there was 13 under, but I could have.
We will see
Not
them.
seen
I think
properly.
we may start to get our some of our cameras back as well once the rain has allowed the plastic to come off of the things.
I think our other trackside cam is going to come back online, and hopefully we can get Skycam up here once the weather improves a little bit.
So you can see it never really got dreary here. It just got summery with all the weather. Here they come down to the line. Will they get the green this time by? Nope, they will get the wave around. How many carts do you see there? I see 8 at least. You said 15. Okay, I may have undercounted that. Let's see. We'll see them go by in just a second. We can make a
8-15.
2, 4, 6, 8. I see 9 actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 2 rows of. 4 rows of 2, and then 1 behind. 4, 6, 8, 9 carts. There we go. And will they get the green this time?
Going all the way around.
Not this time.
All right. What's the bet? This time by?
How many times have we had to go 4? Once, right? I'm thinking the trend has been with 3. So I'm gonna go with 3.
You're going to go for 3?
Not that past performance is any indication of future results, but here we go.
I think they're looking good right now, so I think I'm going to have to agree and say 3rd time's a charm. Green flag incoming.
It was last year we saw one where they parked them and delayed the race to the end of the program. But there we go, green flag, because they just couldn't get it together to get the race started. That was the
was it the Lo206?
That was the junior carts,
juniors? Yeah.
That bunch has always had a little trouble, but they had to just kind of sit them down and put them towards the back of the program and then get them started. So here we go, underway. Craig Foster, Jose Garcia lead the pack through the
a
little bit of slickness there. Don't be surprised, guys. There's water out there. Loses the lead over it too. We'll find out who's who when they come back by. But it's what do you do? There's a fine balance between aggression and caution on this, right?
And he'll get the lead back.
Yeah, loses 2 positions on that one.
So yeah, didn't learn from the mistake. What got him to the lead, he ended up making the same mistake and gave up the lead.
But you're coming. How do you know what to do?
I think you don't.
You got to be ultra conservative, but then you could lose positions that way.
But it might be a little deceiving. You look up and say, "Oh, all right, I see blue skies. I'm ready to go."
Well, let's see who we got here. As we hit the line, it's going to be Jake Fader is your leader with Jose Garcia in second, Aiden Johnson, Craig Foster, Sam Carden, your top 5. So Fader coming out ahead so far, but it's a long race. Still 11 more to go here. 11 laps of the 12 schedule. Got to pass there for second. Aiden Johnson getting around Jose Garcia.
Oh.
Going wide. Garcia getting right back underneath him. So much for that. Traction is at a premium coming into 4, we've noticed so far. That's where the action's been both times by, is sliding wide going through turn number 4.
And you can see those carts as they come under braking, they're just wiggling back and forth, just trying to get grip to slow them down. Especially, on the backstretch there, as they sling around these turns. We talked about how being loose is fast around here, but I don't know if you want to be that loose.
Loose is fast until the tail end of the
until you're looking the wrong
tire
way.
wall, yeah. Maybe spend some time on the skid pad here. Get the hang of that. But I think in one of these especially, that's got to be frightening because things happen so fast. They're so light that when you're out of control, it's just, what are you going to do? And managed through this time pretty well.
On the 3rd lap.
A little more cautious through turn number 4 now, you might notice. They don't look like they're flying through quite at the speed that they're used to or that they did the first couple laps. And it shows in the fact that nobody slid out off the track.
Also a factor with these, rooster tails that pop up with the water. If you're right behind someone, you might have a hard time seeing your braking zone and just more stuff that you have to think about.
Yeah, I don't think they're equipped with tear-offs or anything like that. You're going to get spray on that windscreen. Oh, do we have a spinner?
Someone might have spun.
Had a little trouble there coming. Again, that's out of 4 under us. Let's see what happened.
Replay. Oh, yeah, just got around. Number 28, that's
Scott Butler with a little trouble there, but able to get back underway. Didn't stall it out or anything, so we're all good.
And we'll work to get live here again.
Yep. Darn it. Pounding the wheel or whatever,
Kind of look around. Did anyone see that?
Back to live action now as your leader, Jake Fader, has a 2.5-second lead already over Jose Garcia. So once he got past him, he started waving goodbye. At least that's what the intervals show. This is, kind of an exceptional situation in that the track is wet and all the practice and everything they've done today has been on dry. More trouble for
that's
28.
28. That is, Scott Butler. And Yeah, so even though the track will dry off, I mean, all the rubber that had been put down over the course of the day is washed off. The track resets, and you might have been slow during practice, but if you didn't account for the rain,
Well, I mean, who really does, I guess. But some drivers are better in rain than others. They are mudders, I guess you would call them if they were horses, right? But you can see it just the wiggling going in, that everybody's a little uncertain.
it seems like turn 4 right in front of us has been the culprit of most of the spins. It was even in the last race where you had a couple spin there.
Well, it surprises me because I would think 2 would be your biggest enemy because of the momentum that you carry down that hill. But that doesn't seem to have been, although Butler had a problem down there in 2. As you say, it's been 4.
I think 2 is so scary that they back off and they get their confidence back, and then that's why they spin in 4.
Okay, well, handled 2. 4 should be a breeze. So here we come out of 17 for another time. Here we have completed lap number 5. 7 to go here. Jake Fader, still your leader. He has built up a 2.1 second lead over second place Jose Garcia.
All the drivers spaced out here, not as close as a battle as it was in the pre-final. Mostly because of the weather here.
Let's hope we get some kind of battle going here, because what would really be interesting is seeing who blinks first, especially in these slick conditions, because you can't overdrive it like you can when the track's dry, and there's a tendency to force the driver in front of you into an error.
And as these karts run the racing line, which we've talked about, that part of the track will drive first.
Right.
So making a move outside of the racing line, all of a sudden you'll have no grip, nowhere to go.
That's a big surprise to go from normal grip to no grip. So coming back around, this will complete lap number 6. And we'll see Jake Fader pass the start-finish line. Now, Garcia and Carden are going at it here, too. Waiting. I think they're being patient about this, though. I don't think they're going to do too much battling until they get an idea of what shape the track's in and what their capabilities are. Plus, they don't want to lose sight. Oh, well, just as I say that.
The caster's curse strikes again.
Yeah, that's
Sam
right.
Carden spun in turn 4. Oh, and he might be stuck.
He got a little stuck. Well, at least he can get out and help a little bit. There we go.
He should be able to get underway. Oh,
right in the line, too. Oh,
okay.
Bad place to come back on track, unfortunately, from Lon Washburn's perspective, anyhow. So a little bit of an incident there. And that was your second place runner, Sam Carden.
Third place. He was third place.
Sorry, third place, Sam Carden. Yep. So we got Washburn and Garcia are your leaders. And let's see who will assume third place. I assume that'll be Bill Stremple as he comes by. Get everything updated here. It says lap 7 still, so where are we?
It also says Lon Washburn is in the lead, even though he just spun.
There we go. Okay, that was, yeah. Okay, now we're updated, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't show who's in first, but Jose's in second, so it's still
the rain's getting into the race monitor system as well, I assume. But we'll come back by the line. Maybe things will right themselves. And we hit the line now, and that's going to be Lon Washburn showing as the leader. Jose Garcia second, Sam Carden third, Bill Stremple fourth. All right. So who did we see spin out?
I don't know.
Maybe it was somebody, well, regardless, we'll have to go with what timing and scoring tells us. And Lon Washburn showing as your leader.
Well, he's also shown in sixth.
Ah, so there we go. Oh, and he just disappeared. So it's Garcia. We'll go with Garcia, Carden, and Stremple. How about that?
Garcia's the 00, so we just need to get a number, and we'll see who the.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the 00 right there in
Okay,
second.
so there we go. There's our top three. Garcia, Kart, and Strimple.
That orange helmet is in first place.
Right.
I forgot who it was. They disappeared from time scoring. Well, it looks like the rest of the timing scoring sorted itself out. We're just missing the first place.
Which is showing up as, there's been mystery drivers showing up at the top of the leaderboard the last few races.
Oh, almost a little contact there in turn 4.
Kind of helped each other straighten out. Get a little give and take, which was helpful, or that could have been a mess.
Yeah, it is nice to think, oh, I'm not going to make the turn, and oh, just kidding, I ran into someone, and he'll be turned. As they come around here, try to figure out who the leader is.
2 laps to go. So that's going to be lap number 10 coming by. It keeps showing as Lon Washburn, but that's not who it is. It's
Something must be wrong with the transponders.
Yeah.
I'm going to blame the rain.
There you go.
Back up the hill. Jose
Well, I
Garcia.
take it Washburn's not scoring anymore. He's listed as 5 laps in, so I don't know. Not quite sure what all is going on here. To go back to the replay and get the number of the cart that's spun. I guess. I don't know. Just enjoy the action as cutting there to the inside. The little side-by-side action. That is that 19?
The 19, although the 19 does not show up. That might have been Craig Foster.
Whatever. Here we go. White flag. 1 lap to go. Jake Fader. There we go. That's who we were missing. Okay.
And we're back.
Sorry about that, Jake. We completely forgot about you, and but you're leading. You're beneficiary of the spin behind you there by Washburn, and here he comes through. Hangs on to it, coming through turn 4. That's been the bane of everyone's existence. But notice, the water is substantially gone from down there at the kink that we've been seeing before.
Yeah, no more standing water. Just a little bit of a wet track, but not no standing water, which is good. He'll make his way through the S's, back up the hill into the 14-15 area. That fast right-hander into that heavy braking zone at 16 and 17.
All he has to do is successfully navigate these last 2 turns, and he'll take the checker flag. Your winner, Jake Fader, will take the feature here. And this was the Tag Master, is that right?
Tag Masters, yes.
And then Sam Carden will be second, Jose Garcia third, Craig Foster finishes 4th, Bill Strimple 5th, and Lon Washburn will lick his wounds and finish 6th after that little bit of misfortune about midway through the race. So an interesting one there. They've all been interesting just for different reasons. The karts battling each other and battling the track conditions, but they're only going to improve as the sun stays out here and the more karts run and dry the racing line, as you had alluded to earlier.
So, yeah, nobody had anything for Jake Fader that race.
Nope.
Sam Carden was able to make the pass on Jose late in the race, so that's good for him to be able to finish in second. Of course, this is the final for Tag Master, so how they finish here is that's their podium spots. Of course, not all results are official. They have to still talk about.
Right.
You know, they go through tech, and if there's penalties that they have to assess, they'll do all that at the end of the day.
Excellent, but still, that was some. It's fun watching these guys deal with the changes, and I feel bad for the group before though that had to deal with the puddles and the still falling rain. So it's only going to get better as we go along here and get through the rest of these. Now, I wonder when we get to the kid karts, are they going to struggle?
Well, kid karts are actually coming up here in a second. They're about to stage them up for their standing start. I'm I mean, it's hard to say with kid karts. You can't really.
Yeah.
You cannot predict that race.
That was we had a great pre-final, so we've thrown a little extra variable into this one too. So we'll see what it does and see how they cope. And also remember how to pronounce not a.
Well, that's not till later, so we'll
Yeah,
save the
okay.
embarrassment till then.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got the lineup here for kid karts. Augustin Puerta, Brandon Rivers, Cash Green
That's a boy.
in third spot, Bo Stowers, Camila Canache, and Giacchino Vino Figueroa rounds out our kid kart final.
Oh, and there we got truck cam back on the road. He's going to go do some mudding. I see that puddle there. He just wants to run through that. I can tell.
You can see it. Yeah, great shot of.
What does a wheel stand look like? Can you do a wheel stand in that, Will? He always likes to show it off at home. I just want to see if he can do a wheel stand with the truck cam on there.
Oh, giving us some donuts. Woo! That was the view that Perez had when he was spinning
There
on
you go.
turn
That's
2.
right. If you ever wonder what it's like to hit that puddle coming out of 2.
We do a lot to bring you guys the full race experience on the broadcast.
That's true. We go to no expense to bring you the experience.
As you can see them lining up the kid karts for their standing start. Cash Green starting third. He was he started in the back of the pre-final. He worked his way up to third. That's where he's going to start. Would you put your money on Cash Green?
Or where else? Let's see how when they come to the line. This may just be the way the transponders passed by when they wheeled them onto the track. So
That is true.
we will, when they hit the start-finish line, we'll get a more of an indication of the order. Do we have 4 or 5 carts out there? I see, 4 grid positions filled here, and I think we need waiting for a couple more maybe.
Yeah, it looks like they're standing, waiting for another one. They put cones in front of them so they don't go.
Probably not a bad idea. I think they're brave to stand in front of them.
Because it's not. I mean, they can't even hear with the helmets on and the engines running.
That's Camila Canache. That's in the 26 there on the left. So what we have on the race monitor is not their physical position right now. We'll have to wait till they cross.
Yeah, because also they don't do a formation lap because it's
right.
so. But that being said, I don't think starting position matters too much in this race. We've seen crazy stuff. We've seen last to first and first to last multiple times
That's
with
true.
kid karts.
It's not where you start. It's
How
where
you
you
finish. All right.
I had to say that. I think we're getting ready for a green flag. Final instructions, and should see the green flag in the air any second. And there we go. Green flag is out. Green flag is out. Looks like Camila Canache is going to be your leader going into turn 1 here in the kid kart final. 12 laps here on the shortened jelly bean course as they take the cut through and come back on the back straightaway there, coming out of turn number 14. Then they'll hit 15. And then comes turn number 16. And we'll get your order coming down to the line after lap number 1. Your leader is Camila Canache, followed by Giacchino Vino Figueroa, then Augustin Puerta, and Bo Stowers will be your 4 competitors in this kid kart final. Here at round 5 of the Summer Championship Series here at the kart track at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Dawsonville, Georgia. Lap number 2 complete now. Camilla's still your leader. Looking to take firm control, but We were talking about the wet track conditions, but think about it. These carts don't go that fast. I wonder at what speed does a wet condition become more of an issue? I guess if they were like a little slick spot or an oil patch or something, maybe that stuff can get wet. But I think they look like they're doing okay here.
I also think the track is drying off pretty fast. It looks nowhere near as wet as it looked in the previous race, and you can definitely see the sun out. So it's
Right.
it's definitely warming up.
So here come your kid carters to complete lap number 4 this time by. Camila Kanash, still your leader. She sits kind of tall in the saddle there, too, or it looks that way.
I love looking at the parents
Yes.
waving them by.
Yeah, the younger they are, the better the parents are. The more fun they are. There we go. Coming by for lap number 5 this time. So with 5 under our belts, that means this next time by, we will get the halfway signal, the cross flags, in the kid kart final.
Not much happening in this. Not as exciting as the first kid kart pre-final we had.
I think things got settled out in the first one, and they started in the order they were going to finish. Started in the order they were going to finish in, more or less. Faster carts in front after the 10 laps of the pre-final. You're right. So here we go. Done there, halfway through. Got 6 more to go. Camila Kanash will come down and put another lap in the books. The gap back to second place, Vina Figueroa. Oh, I got a little bit of a challenge here coming to the line. Let's see what happened. Did we get? There we go. Puerta and Stowers are going at it now. So we've got a battle here now for 3rd and 4th.
Which is a podium spot, so nicest replay of a kart.
Here they come to the line. And who hit it first? It was Puerta, I think, got there first. But let's see where they stand now. It's Stowers actually got the position. So Stowers and Puerta are your 3rd and 4th running karts. Coming down now, completing lap number 9 is Camila Kanash. Then comes Vina Figueroa. Then comes Stowers, and then Puerta. Nine in the books now, just 3 to go. These laps don't take very long. They're only turning, say, 26, 27 seconds or so on this shortened jelly bean course.
And then, big reason for the shortened course is these small carts just don't have the horsepower to get up some of the bigger hills, especially turn 2. So they have to kind of stay on that side. And
that would be fun just to see them disappear around, say, 9 and just not see them come back out again. So, anyhow, coming around for the white flag now is going to be Camila Kanash. And we'll have 1 more to go. White flag is in the air. Yeah, it looks like Vina Figueroa is closing in a little bit, but it's going to be a matter of too little, too late, or is it? He's really he's roaring along there. Let's see what happens when they go through 16 and 17. Now she'll have enough, but it looked like he found something extra, or she backed off or something. But Camila Kanash is going to take the checkered flag, and the gap back to Giacchino Vina Figueroa is going to be 7.6 seconds or so. So not too bad. Then comes Bo Stowers and Agustin Puerta will be your 4 finishers here in the Kid Kart Final at Atlanta Motorsports Park here in Dawsonville, Georgia, week 5 of the Summer Championship Series. Karting is is always fun to watch. We've been watching that, and remember that if you are interested in karting, you can come out here and drive the public karts any day, as long as it's Tuesday through Sunday from 1 p.m. until dark. You can reach speeds of 55 miles per hour or more in the special European spec rental karts. Weekday private track rentals and Grand Prix events are available for groups looking to have a more exclusive experience. So to learn more about public karting here at AMP, visit us online at ampkartracing.com. AMP, kart with a K, racing.com.
All right. Up next, gridding up below us, we have the KA100s, the seniors, and the juniors. About 17 carts here registered. We'll see if we get probably most of them out there. We'll run through the list here. Don't know if it's the official starting order until they come by, but we got Christian Foster, Christian Blevins Jr., Vincent Capetillo, Adam Wine, Ian Spencer, Sam Machado, Danny May, Brant Estes, Martin Simonov, and Cameron Estes is the top 10. Luke Kondrowski and Spencer Mass, 11th and 12th. Carson Craig will roll off in 13th, followed by Harrison Browning, Gabe Spencer, Jack Raster, and running shotgun on the field is Theodore Simonov. Of course, all positions are not official yet. We'll get a better view once they come by the start-finish line. But there they are. There's a shot of them under the building, waiting for the green light. Gridding up. Looking.
Well, actually, this is going to be the battle of the Spencers, because there's Gabe Spencer there at the 240 right there. And then next to him is going to be Spencer.
Oh, I think you're right. This is the battle of the Spencers group.
Yep. Spencer Mast is there in 41 next to him. So this is the one we were kind of previewed for y'all.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
With our finely tuned interviewing skills that we have, we squeezed information out of both Spencer Mast and
Gabe Spencer.
Gabe Spencer. I was trying to remember that. Okay,
They
well,
said-
actually, this should be fun to see if it comes down to a battle. I
Well,
mean,
they said that they were, going to be super teammates for that first race, and then they would try to battle at the end. They said this race, they're probably going to battle for, they're going to start their battle a lot earlier.
the way they put it, it was that it got away from them, but the battle didn't shape up. They they kind of waited too late. So we'll see when they get to it here. Of course, the worst thing that can happen is they take each other out because they get too racy too early, and then one of those carts behind them will be the beneficiary.
Yeah, I think it was a couple months back. I think it was Team Penske that had all of their NASCAR drivers wreck each other, their IndyCar drivers wreck each other, and their sports cars. It was a bad week. So sometimes that's the thing with team racing is.
Drivers are protesting for dry tires right now, so they're trying to make a decision whether to change the tires.
Okay. See, but if you can see right there from the truck cam, you can see the treaded or the groove tires that they are running. So but how long does it take to change a tire? I don't think I've ever actually watched them change
A little
one of these.
drama here.
Yeah.
It's, drivers saying we want slick tires. It's not wet. So some discussions between the racers and the
How dry is the track?
race officials.
Some of the drivers with suits, with rain suits on. Okay, so
It'll be a 15-minute delay.
they won. So we're going to be.
They won.
Well, they haven't decided yet.
If they do, it's a 15-minute delay, I think is what the word is right now. So we'll just sit here and say other stuff for a while and look at the tires that are on there. But you can see the directional groove tires that are on those carts. I don't think I ever had. I'm like you. I've never been here in the rain to see what they do. So as soon as they make the call and activity happening, they're talking to the drivers, as you can see what they're saying. And so we'll play some instant replay while we're waiting. There's that incident before that we saw in the last event. And let's see, are they on? I was trying to look at the. You can't tell them. Can't tell when they're rolling what kind of tires they're on.
And it looks like they're going to run on wet tires.
So we hear them fired up. So does that mean that this will be the case for the next class, or is it just going to be these guys? So here we go. Get ready to move them on out on there. So does this will change the dynamic with on unfamiliar tires. Obviously, the performance will not be there, right? That they had in the pre-final. So track conditions are different. The kart itself is going to be configured differently. So this will be fun. So lap times will be down, but the action should still be just as hot. And we'll still have that battle between Gabe Spencer and Spencer Mast.
And I think even though the drivers wanted to drive on slick tires, all the drivers are on the same tires. So there's no advantage to be had by anyone here.
Looks like Truck Cam has been disqualified from this race. He's returning to the paddock. There we go.
Well, Truck Cam does get up to like 55 miles an hour, so I don't know if he'd be competitive, but you might stay with him.
It'd be fun if you could get some of those guys out on that track and see if you could. You'd have to be able to see all the way around, though, to run an RC car. All righty, so they get the wave around. Well, they're going to get waved around the first time because they were nowhere near in formation, so they just had to kind of they were held up by a little bit of delay in the staging area getting out. So as they come by, let's see, we haven't had any update to scoring yet. Now they're in position. They look like they're in pretty good shape. We'll see if that holds to form as they come around 17 into the line. And will they get the green this time by, or are we going to have another wave around? That question will be answered momentarily. Looking good from this aspect, but nope.
Nope, hands up. They're going to wave it
Hands up.
off.
They're going to wave it off. So it shows what I know. Here we go again.
So 3 times seems to be about the average, I think.
It's
this
been
time.
par for the course today for sure.
And you can see a little bit of the track drying on the bottom of the screen there. So I'd say probably by the time all these carts go through on this race, the track will be in pretty good condition.
Should be, yeah, especially with a field this size, will help out. Once more into the breach, here we come, hands up.
Hands
So
up
it's going to be
again.
a 4th time through. So they saw it right away. Well, if this were a kid kart race, they'd be halfway through by now.
It would be kind of interesting to see if you race this whole field on that jelly bean course, how chaotic it would be.
I don't think what the pileup would be going into that first corner. It's bad enough in the corner that they do have to do, but it's a lot of low speed with high speed in the middle.
Well, the 4th time through. Hopefully it's the final time on the start. They look pretty bunched up now, so I think we might be good.
I think they're getting a little more serious about it now. And, we got another wave
Oh,
around.
another wave around.
They may have to come in and refuel.
I don't know how precise the fuel is in karting.
Every ounce, I think, matters in a vehicle that light, you would think. But no, I don't think you play games with your fuel load.
It is racing, though, and people will try their hardest to have any advantage. So,
we've got an expert commentator going to come in and commentate expertly.
hello, expert commentator.
Just your local AMP truck driver. But we was out there listening to him make the call on the rain tires, and one of the big strategies here is they're on these rain tires, and green flag is out, but they're on these rain tires, and look out for the wear as this track dries out.
Gotcha. Now, is that going to be is that a call for the remainder of the afternoon, or is the next class going to be on slicks?
It should be the next class will be back on slicks.
Okay, great. Well, we got a little bit of yeah, you can tell, definitely see the gray patches coming through as they come through, but some of the karters are struggling a little bit with traction still, so there's some wet spots they'll need to contend with. As we look at Spencer Mast, and I got Theodore Simonoff, and then Gabe Spencer, 1, 2, 3, at least as they came by the line for the green flag. We'll get a more accurate lineup as they are standings as they come by the line to complete lap 1, but they are flying through here. It looks like the wet track hasn't been a problem for the leaders so far as we come out of turn number 17, and that's a pretty good lead there for Theodore Simonoff. Okay, so Spencer and Gabe
In second and
in
third.
second and third. Now,
So now they really got to work together.
now they got to work together to run him down. So Theodore Simonoff coming out of nowhere. Well, actually third.
And,
but,
Theodore Simonoff, I think, was our mystery driver.
is that
I
what
think
it
they
is?
finally got his name
Racer
up there.
X.
Racer X.
Speed Racer's brother. All right, there we go.
He is the final boss. He showed up. And so, yeah, as Will Rigdon said, on these wet tires, they wear faster because of the tread. And 12-lap final. So is saving tires a strategy here?
I think not losing contact with the leader is probably the main strategy. So it's going to be up to the leader to set the pace. And again, 12 laps, is that a lot for these tires? How soft are they? Yeah,
I think it's a mystery even to the drivers because, obviously you would never really want to run on wet tires if it's dry.
right.
So it's not like you would test it. But maybe if you're in, 6th or 7th, maybe you take it easy these, first 5 or 6 laps, save your tires to the end, and then make a charge. You really don't have anything to lose back there. But right now, the lead is commanded by Theodore Simonov. Spencer Mast in second, Gabe Spencer in third is your top 3. So Team Spencer is
3 wide coming out of the
3
gate, by
wide.
the way. They are going to town further back in the field. And there goes Gabe and Spencer. Yeah, chasing down Theodore Simonoff, and there's a pack of karts right behind them that's not very far, so it may be 5 or 6 karts trying to chase down leader Theodore Simonoff, as long as they don't get too racy. But if they decide to go ahead and settle it amongst themselves early, then that's nothing but good news for Theodore Simonoff as the leader.
Gabe Spencer. Well, the one on the scoring on the screen might be a little different than.
Well, Jack Ratster has suddenly moved into third there. There was, as they were settling things out, there's a lot of raciness going on behind the leader, and we see positions being traded left and right as they come by here, come by our position. If you look ahead, like I say, Jack Ratster ends up in third place, and let's see what 3 wide going in. They got a spinner.
Oh.
Ooh, 2 of them taken out. It looks like everybody's okay. That was is that 13, and who else?
Well, gives them the thumbs up, says nobody's fault there, just a racing incident.
Yep, they just kind of got bumped together.
We'll find out when they come by the line what the update was.
Yeah, that was Christian Blevins Jr., and I missed who the other one was. That Sam Machado, maybe? I have to see what the numbers are when they come back by. We'll see that on replay as well at some point. As somebody's getting a black flag here. Oh, the
They're
black.
black
Oh,
flagging the
okay.
whole race.
Okay.
I think it's yes. I think the tires.
So I was wondering if they. I was thinking that was somebody at fault in that wreck up there that they would
No, it looks
black
like
flag them, but
get
yeah,
the whole field to come in. So
bring them all down after 3 laps complete.
So maybe they will let them change the tires here.
That's the only reason I would think they'd bring them off at this point. So we will take this moment while everybody is changing tires to take a break ourselves. Well, that's what happened right there. Golly, it took out. Actually, it wasn't. He didn't start it, but he certainly It took out the third driver there.
And just an unfortunate
Yep.
little event down there.
He
in
got
turn nine.
hooked up with one of the leaders actually, and then got turned around.
You can see
Everybody's
him.
good.
Give a thumbs up. Say, hey, I know it's not your fault.
All right. Well, we're going to step aside for a couple minutes while everybody changes tires. We'll see you in about 15 minutes, and we'll see how this one resolves itself. Oh, are they? Okay, well, maybe we won't. We are actually going to go back racing. I'm not sure what they did there.
Well,
They
they're
black
pulling them
flagged it?
under the building, so
Is that what's happening?
looks like they're.
We'll stick with you for
up.
just a second until we know what in the world's going on. Always helps. Oh, there's truck
There's
cam.
truck cam.
It's like, zoop. There he goes.
Right in front of the full crowd we have here on the balcony.
That's right. So entertaining this is like the rodeo clown or something, I guess. Entertain the crowd while there's a break in the action. So here we go, back down pit road here. Everybody loves truck cam. They wave at him.
The kids do love truck cam.
This is great. I need to go out and wave at him. So they are pulled in after all. Okay, I didn't. He needs a. Actually, if we can pull truck cam in and look into the staging area and then watch them change tires, that'd be fun. Is that where they'll change them there? In place, or is that something they got to go back to their
Yeah, I'm not sure if
stalls?
they're doing tires or what they're doing.
Let's go look.
A little sneak
Let's see
peek
how
behind the scenes here.
See how the sausage is made.
They're all out of their carts, and that one looks like it's got its tires changed. So
Yeah, those are slicks on that.
Yeah.
On that back one there, so it's happening.
I don't know. How did he change it so fast?
Maybe he went out on slicks. All right, since we got a slight delay in the action, we will step aside for real this time, and we'll see you in just a few minutes as soon as we get the carts back on the track to complete this KA 100 final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Round 5 of the Kart Championships, Summer Championship Series here. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hey, folks, back with you at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Round number 5 in the Summer Championship Series, and we have a special guest. One of our race winners. He won his classification. Al Edwards, welcome back. And if those of you who are regulars with us remember last year, Al had a pretty scary run-in with the wall. It was right here in front of us as we watched that. We talked to him later on that season as he was recovering, but he's finally back behind the wheel and with success. Al, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, back behind the wheel because I took half this season to run the technical inspection side of the house. And tech people are really hard to come by because this sport is growing by leaps and bounds. And so qualified technical inspection folks are hard to come by. So for me, as far as keeping integrity in the sport, it was important that I take a half season off and be the tech guy, be the most hated guy other than the race director.
Well, what are the most contested areas that you'd have to deal with?
Well, no one likes to get disqualified for anything. But when there are specific rules around even non-technical, non-performance improving, but you have rules of rules, and you have carts that, 2 are not compliant and 1 is compliant, then you disqualify and move people forward and keep that cycle going. It just keeps people on their toes to let them know that there's no wiggle room, especially in the Lo206 class, which is kind of what I specialize in. But it's racing, so people try and race in the gray area or race around the rules. There's lots of wonderful videos on YouTube about some of the old timers racing around the rules with restrictor plates that actually they can slide the restrictor out. They qualify on a restrictor plate, and they can pull that plate out with a wire, and they're running non-restrictor. And so that was Smokey Unic did that. I remember.
Well, actually, if we were talking about Smokey Unic, I remember him with a car that they felt went too far on a tank of gasoline, and he was inspected. They impounded his gas tank, his fuel tank, out of the car. After the race, he got mad. He jumped in the car. They were holding the tank. He drove the car off anyway.
Right, because
you'd have about a mile of fuel line in that
correct.
car.
That's correct. And another thing that he did specifically was he had made some modifications on a 67 Chevelle that were questionable, and so they were worried they were saying that the templates wouldn't fit. And he goes, "Well, I've got a stock 69 Chevelle or 67 Chevelle sitting out in the parking lot. It really wasn't stock." And they had their own template in the shop, and they walked out to the parking lot. They put the template on it. They said, "Yeah, it looks good," but it wouldn't have fit a normal one.
The infamous yellow banana.
Oh, yeah, the yellow banana. That's exactly right. So we're totally dating ourselves at this point, and we've kind of gotten off of what we do here in tech. But it's just an important part of racing, and there are folks that will race in that gray line. You got to rein them in. It's not fair to anybody else that is either less experienced or not willing to spend the money.
Well, or in other words, there's a rich, colorful tradition in cheating.
Absolutely.
So where do you start? I mean, how do you – is it an eyeball thing? Or is it
no? Does
a stopwatch determine where your suspicions might be, or is it?
It could be a number of things.
Or is it just a checklist that you?
It can be a checklist. It can be someone who in Lo206, for instance, which is a spec class, where you have someone that just runs away from the pack or runs from the back to the front. That's highly suspicious because Lo206 especially, the top 5 finishers are usually nose to tail. I had a race where we finished top 5. We were all less than a second apart, and the top 2, myself and Nick Laferdo, were 17 thousandths of a second. We crossed the line at 17 thousandths of a second apart from each other. And that's true spec racing because it's really up to the chassis setup and up to the driver to do the best job that they possibly can. And that makes for some really fun racing. Where it gets frustrating is when people just run away from you. And you can't figure out, why, on these spec engines, what's come sealed from the factory with a very strict rule set. And that's really where the sanctioning body comes into play. Yes, there is a checklist. I mean, basic stuff, hey, exhaust wraps or general setups. But, the bottom line is that we go through this every week that we do a race, and it's getting better and better here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've trained we got some bench strength now, so it's not all on me.
So tell me, it's better to be on the other side of the inspection than
You
in
know,
the
I
cart?
got to tell you, I actually kind of got DQ'd today for leaving the tech area because of a technical issue, and that's fine. That's their decision, and so we did overturn it. So looks like we got some carts going out on the track now, and what is that? Is that KA again, or is that
Yeah,
tag?
we're resuming, I believe, the.
Yeah, because I think they only got about 3 laps into that.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, K100s.
Oh, we got somebody off the track already. It's really ironic that we have these rain delays or lightning delays. The track was extremely wet, and people are out on wets, and we already have spinouts with people out on wets because I don't believe they were allowed to change their tires. So you know, this is our KA100 class, which is a step above Lo206, as a lot of the Lo206 drivers graduate from Lo206 and run into the KA.
That's
So
because it's raining again.
now it's starting to rain.
raining.
Oh no!
Okay.
So they're on their wets in the right place. So it looks like a lot of us have to go and change our setup. So I'm gonna bid you guys adieu and thank you very much for the interview. And it's always a pleasure to see you guys.
Well, welcome back to On Track, Al. We appreciate you stopping by and talking to us.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Well, okay, that's a that's a change of events here. So the rain coming back. So I guess the need to change to the rain tires was appropriate, that they stayed on them.
Well, so the original reason the black flag was for a lightning delay, not for tires. We learned that it's a driver's choice on what tires they want to run. So some are on slicks. So we saw in the that.
I understand
area.
some don't have rain tires, so
I don't,
keep an eye out, especially if the way it's getting now. We may see a lot of off-road activity here. They got them lined up single file, though. Is that the way we're going to start them, or restart them? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
well, I guess with
it's a restart.
restart,
Yeah,
so
that's
single
right.
file.
It's not a start. So
I think NASCAR's the only one that does the double file restarts.
well, they do. Yeah. Lapped cars on the inside used to be anyway. That's a long time ago. Let's see. All right, here we go. Coming down to the line, and green is out, and we are back underway. We're going to resume on lap number 4. This will be 4. We've completed 3. And so that is Simonoff as your leader. Here they do coming in. They come down into turn 2. Let's keep an eye on that turn. See if anybody has any trouble. Looks like we're good.
And this is the one that always gets everyone.
Right, and 4 has been the real troublesome. Look at that. I think Truck Cam's gonna. Ooh, took a lick there. Truck Cam may be
Truck Cam MVP.
May want to move back a little bit. Oh my gosh, that was. Who was that? Took that lick though. That was Simonoff. That was no, sorry, it was 35, not 33. I think that was that. I think that was Simonoff is the leader. They're going to red flag
Red
this
flag,
one?
I think.
Let's see what in the world. Yeah, that was actually Theodore Simonoff, and he got a lick. Ouch. So who was that? Can we see who that was? 35?
35 of Luke Kondrowski.
Luke, wow, okay, darn. Yep. Oh,
yeah,
There was
double
there was
hit.
another one. Oh, yeah. Look at the side panel caved in on that. Still running, but goodness. So back again. Let's see what. I saw what Truck Cam saw. And it's coming down out there. They're getting everybody squared away.
This is a live
Best they
view.
can.
Red flag, so everyone needs to stop on track.
Are they going to all bring them back? No, are they going to black flag them, or they got those two guys just pulled off?
Yeah, so on to pit lane here.
So weather outside is frightful. So let's see what becomes of this bunch as we get another delay here as we have an incident on track. So they're going to call that one there. They're going to go through tech. Okay, so that's the end of that race. So does that make Simonoff the winner, or what lap are they going back to? Lap 3? They never finished the next lap, so I guess that would have to be it. Yeah.
So, not the official results here on the screen, of course, after stopping and starting that race and timing and scoring. They'll have to figure that out.
The way we have it, though, is Theodore Simonoff, Spencer Mass, Gabe Spencer, and who was our – no, now we've got another Racer X there, and Sam Machado, Martin Simonoff, Christian Blevins Jr., Cameron Estes, and Vincent Capetillo wrapping up your top 10. Well, if we can work around the raindrops and all the confusion and stuff, this has been a great Saturday of racing here, of kart racing here at AMP, but Mother Nature will always get the upper hand, looks like. So we red flagged that race, and we'll see what the next steps are going to be as we watch a little replay action from previous races here this afternoon. We've had some bumping and banging going on, some successful, some unsuccessful.
So we just got the word that they got to pick up a couple of carts. So I think that rain just kind of put carts all over the track. So we'll probably be down here for a couple minutes. So take a small break, and
sounds like a plan.
We'll come back to you when the track is clear.
All right, don't go away. We'll be right back. We're with you from round 5 of the Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. going to do about it. We'll hang in there. So let's look and see who's in this race. This isn't necessarily the order of how they're starting, but we've got Ryan Perez, Ruben Greer, Isaac Carvalho, Kallenberghofer, Arthur, not a Pittian, thank you. And
we see Arthur's dad on the balcony there giving us a little look.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember past one race how to pronounce, something. So, yeah. Anyway, we got that one. Francisco Puerta, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Austin Warner, Talon Laney, Adam Durst, Bowen Green, Kai Mars, and Meyer Lewis are scheduled to be in this one, but they're still working on that cart that's up against the tire barrier there in turn number 16.
And so it looks like for this race, because of the wet weather, they're going to be doing a standing start.
What?
And we have an expert about to join the stream here. Hello, expert.
Yeah, I'm just your
he's not here yet.
Yeah, I'm just your local truck driver, but I heard some radio chatter that it was due to people trying to get position back because of the switch to the rain tires and getting back on grid. When they release the grid, if you're not on there in time, you're in the back of the field. And so a couple of guys were trying to jockey for position. They couldn't communicate with them, so they just made the call to go ahead, flag the field, and they're going to do a standing start here.
So what's going on there in turn 16?
So right now it looks like they're doing a recovery. And that could be another reason for the standing start as well, because if they can't safely start them 2 by 2, they'll usually go to single file. And with these guys being the young guys, they're probably just going to do the standing start here.
Gotcha. Well, I was just wondering what was the delay over there. They couldn't get him going. So.
Yeah, these cars can be kind of finicky because this is the tag rookie, so these are 2 strokes. So the heat of the engine, you got to think these guys were lined up, ready to go, and then we had a rain delay. And
gotcha.
they were gridded up. They were sitting under pit road. Engine's hot, engine's cold. All of a sudden, hey, lightning delay's over. Fire it up. Let's go. And with these being 2 strokes, they're just very finicky.
And so are pretty much all the drivers down there on wet tires, or?
Hopefully they took the opportunity to switch over.
So they were allowed to switch during the lightning delay?
Well, they would have already had the rain tires on. They wouldn't allowed to switch during the delay.
I see.
Because the field prior was when it was the slick rain, but then obviously the rain came back. So it should have been a no-brainer for these guys to go out on wet tires.
All right. So it looks like they're getting that cart that was up in turn 16 pushed down.
Yeah, they'll push him over to the fence right there and should get this one underway. I know all the parents are up here on the balcony waiting with bated breath. It's always fun when you see the young drivers out, but young drivers on a wet track, this is going to get wet and wild in a hurry. So if you're still tuning in at home, thank you. Your patience is soon to be paid off because this should be a good race to watch here coming up. Like you're all talking about earlier in the broadcast, these young drivers, they got no fear, and the competition is fierce, so these guys will go at it. And with the track conditions being what they are right now, this is definitely going to shape up to be some interesting racing action. Rain's always the great equalizer, so it takes a little bit of the tuning out of it.
I think if you finished well in the pre-final, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to finish well in the final. And then you add the rain on top of that. Creates a whole new set of challenges for these young racers.
And it looks like they're going to get them backed up into their actual proper grid spots here, so we should be seeing a flag coming shortly once they get all these guys in place.
The nice thing about these guys is they can just pick them up and move them. They don't have to do a whole lot of maneuvering to get them in the proper position. So we're just about ready to go here.
But one of the big differences between these guys and the LO carts is these are the 2 strokes. And so what's nice with these is they just have a battery and a starter button. So when it's time to go, you'll see that plume of smoke because everybody reach over, press that starter, and they all fire up. They also have that higher pitch whine to them, unlike the LOs, which have that lower grunt. And that's kind of your big difference going from the 4-stroke class up to the 2-stroke class. And these engines are a little bit more unrestricted because those LOs are not fully LOs. So when you see the seniors and the masters out there, they're running more power out of those engines than when you see the kids out there, the juniors or the cadets. And each of that is controlled by a carburetor slide. And so as you age up and you go into the bigger divisions, they let you run shorter and shorter slide until you get to the final where you run no slide, and that allows the throttle to open up all the way, and it doesn't restrict that top end speed.
Interesting. Because faster is better.
Well, the nice thing about it is you can get a chassis and an engine and run it through the years. Now, obviously, if you want to stay competitive, you're going to get multiple engines. You're going to have a race engine. You're going to have a practice engine. But you're not going to be left to dry once you finish a season and you go up to that next class. You don't just have to sell everything and get, you know, all new parts, although some of these guys do. But it's as simple as just changing out that carb slide, and you're ready to go in the next class. Now, also weight, and there's some other things to it. I'm oversimplifying it because these guys, there are different weights. Some of them have different chassis lengths. But usually once you're up to about, 12 years old, give or take, you're pretty much in an adult-sized cart, and you're off to the races from there.
Yeah, so to speak. Well, you can't oversimplify it enough for me, so that's good. Thank you very much for that. What kind of oil mix ratio is it that they run in these two strokes?
That was a question you should have asked Al when he was up here.
I think I have a text.
I am just a simple truck cam driver.
All I know about two strokes is that's my chainsaw. That's about the only two-stroke I have in my garage right now.
And great shot of the building right there. You can see all the parents and the fans lined up on the balcony out here braving the elements. Although the sun is starting to peek out.
It looks brighter in reality than it does in that picture. Oh, there we go. Oh.
And it looks like they're about to get these guys running. So actually no standing start. They're going to probably jelly bean loop it right here.
There we go.
I guess conditions dried out enough while they were getting the grid figured out that they're going to try and give this another side-by-side start.
Well, you know what they say, fifth time's the charm.
Unfortunately, the sky cam is grounded right now, so we're going to have to rely on the tower cam to capture the start. Whoa! Hopefully got that on replay.
Some quick work by the marshal down
That
there.
was Mr. Eli Bearden right there, too. He is one of the managers up here. Quick reflexes.
I would have just gotten run over. There's no way I'm moving that fast. Well, hopefully they get it squared up here.
Yeah, it definitely was warranted a wave around.
Well, that's why you always keep your head on a swivel, ladies and gentlemen, when you're working out here. And like I said, these are the junior class, so these are some of our youngest racers. And this is the more powerful class of the young racers, too.
You notice he's not out there now.
And the green flag is out. So finally underway here in the tag cadet and tag rookie classes as they make their way down the hill into turn 2, the swimming pool as we called it, although it seems to have dried up a bit.
I don't know. We got a little more rain back on it, so there's a bit of a splash there as Austin Warner hit the line
around.
first, got a couple together.
The 3-0 and the 2-0. So Ruben Greer and that's Arthur.
Arthur, yep.
They'll get it underway. So a little contact on the hill, spun them around, but they're going to both try to continue here as the leaders head into turn 9. Heavy braking zone. Got to be careful with the water here into the S's. And we have another cart up in turn 4 where we've seen multiple carts spin out. That's the number 26. That is Callan Berghofer. He was running 9th. He started in 9th. And we'll see if we can get a replay of that, maybe. Yeah, it looks like, well, maybe not even spun. Maybe just his cart
died on him or something happened.
Yeah.
That looked like more frustration with the equipment than it was on anything he did, for sure.
So here's instant replay of the start. Look how loose those carts get through turn 4, and yeah.
And there he is, just
pulled off
just
into the
conks
grass.
out. And as you heard Will say, these two strokes are a bit finicky. Back to live action now as your leader, Austin Warner, has completed one lap.
Whoa, and another cart spun around in turn 4.
Oh.
So just this corner is basically just taking them all out.
That's Francisco Puerta, but he's able to resume and get back underway in pretty good order. He'll lose a few positions, but he didn't get stuck at least, and he's able to.
He was able
run
to stay
his speed.
in the gas and not get stuck in that wet grass. As they head down into turn 9, you see on the screen through the S's.
Another spin.
Oh, another spin. That's number 44.
Meyer Lewis on that one. So I think it's one spin per customer is what it looks like so far.
And it's just, I think, wet conditions on top of the delay. You're just not ready, maybe not focused.
Or as, again, as Williams said, some of these teams don't come with rain tires. They may not have had them. It's possible someone could be running on the slicks, which would give you that result pretty easily.
Yeah, I think if you have to be out here on slicks, it's going to be a rough time with the way the track is currently.
You're definitely going to have to keep it woed down until the track dries out. So we're 2 laps in now, working on lap 3. Austin Warner's your leader. Bowen Green is second. Isaac Carvalho was third. Now we got an update here. Yep. Talon Laney is 4th, and Adam Durst is 5th. Excuse me, Kai Mars is 5th, and then Adam Durst is 6th.
Oh, another spin
Got another
in turn
spinner.
4, 44.
Yep, that's
Meyer Lewis again. So this is the second time he's spun in turn 4, so having a rough time at this part of the track. Trying to see, I think I see tread on those tires, so they look like wet tires. Here's an instant replay.
I saw something fly off.
Flew off that, yeah. That's Austin Warner coming through. Oh, and here's, I think this is the replay of Meyer Lewis spinning in 4. Just a little too much speed, got on the brakes, snapped around on him, and then right behind him, those 2 drivers had to work to not run into him.
He did spin off at the right part of the course where he got out of the way. His momentum carried him out of the way, fortunately.
Definitely better to spin on the outside of the corner than right on the apex.
But now we're looking at a 2x2 battle going here, coming out of the S's. Coming into 14. More action coming into turn number 4. And here comes your leader coming out of turn number 17, Austin Warner and Bowen Green. Actually, that was Green there. He's 4 seconds behind Austin Warner.
So, yeah, Austin Warner checked out here. And then here's turn 4. This is where almost all the crashes have been. This group of drivers able to get through cleanly as they head down into the kink. All single file, so nothing to worry about there.
They're kicking up still a bit of a rooster tail as they get into the kink, and you can still see wet conditions out there.
Yeah, definitely not dry. No standing water, or not as much standing water as there was before, but considerably less grip than earlier in the day for these drivers.
Oh, absolutely. So coming back down to the line to complete lap number 5. That was actually Meyer Lewis coming by. So now let's see who's coming to the line. There we go. Our leader's coming through now. We are 5 laps in. Your leader showing now is Kai Mars. So Austin Warner slipping back a couple spots. Actually, 1.1 seconds behind. So Kai Mars is now the leader.
Oh, yeah, Austin Warner must have had some sort of spin or something.
Speaking of spins, there goes one hard into the wall.
The number 81 of Adam Durst.
He just didn't have any grip going into 4 that time.
No. And I think that wet grass is going to be hard for that cart to get out. These cadet and rookie classes, they run a lot slower, a lot less horsepower. So
You're not just going to pull out of there.
I don't think so. We're going to pass up the hill here into turn 14 and 15. As we get a shot here. We'll try to find the leader.
He just passed the start-finish line, Kymars, and Warner is 1.8 seconds behind. Then comes Carvalho, 3.6 behind. And we're trying to locate our leader on camera so we can give you a better representation of what's going on here. You see lots of very careful tiptoeing through some puddles and wet spots here.
So that's a 23. That's Kymars. That's our leader right there.
Coming up on some slow
Slow
traffic.
traffic. Got around him pretty easily. Looked behind him there. Made sure no one was behind. Back up the hill into 14 and 15.
And so he should be there. He goes into turn number 15.
Second and third place, Austin Warner and Isaac Carvalho right behind.
So coming to the line, this will complete lap number 7. So we're just over halfway here. And do we have a position change? No, Austin Warner hanging. Yes, Austin Warner over Isaac Carvalho. So he's no change there. I don't know, well, actually, Austin Warner is finding his way back up after having dropped into third.
I think Austin Warner is the faster of these 3 karts.
Yep.
I think a little bit of an unfortunate spin put him back there. So hopefully for him, he can get to the front before we run out of laps. We had another
spinner.
kart spin around. Number 30.
That's Arthur not a Piddlin. Not a Piddlian. There you go. And more spinning. Oh, 2 of them together that time.
44 and 77.
That's Francisco Puerto.
And Meyer Lewis.
Meyer Lewis has not had a good race. He's been spinning a good bit, having trouble with that with those wet spots. See if we can get everybody underway here as they get back Lewis out of harm's way and let Puerta go
Lewis
on.
had a rough time at this corner here.
Yeah, that didn't look it felt good because he got clocked.
You'll see the local yellow waving, so no passing in that area.
But the track, you can see spots where it is drying, but there are plenty of spots where it is still wet and treacherous, especially on those, if they're running the slicker tires, or as these rain tires wear, they're not going to get quite the wet condition traction that you want. Meanwhile, back to the front with your leader, Kymars.
And all alone, Kymars not really under threat by anyone. Austin Warner's still back a little bit. We'll get a time here at the line.
He's got a pretty substantial lead then as we go back to Austin Warner. There we go,
About
5 seconds.
Yeah. 5 seconds, and then Isaac Carvalho is 9 seconds behind the leader. So
there's your leader urging the cart up the hill. So maybe it does work because he's winning and winning by a 5-second margin.
Kymars is one. He always does that.
Yeah,
I've noticed that. I
Scoots
always
it
see
up
his
the
little
hill.
white helmet move up and down. Into turn 9. Just as long as Kymars makes no mistakes here,
he's in good
he's
shape.
in good shape for sure.
Now he's got a little more than 2 laps to go here as we see him go up the hill. He'll go into 14 and take the backside of the track.
We had another driver spin out there. So turn 4, just collecting karts here in this race. This tag cadet, tag rookie final.
2 to go. 2 to go now as Kymars comes by.
You'll head into turn 1. as the local yellow again up in turn 3 because of those carts at turn 4. So drivers need to be cautious coming through there.
So this point has been a matter of survival rather than strategy and competition. It's just stay on those, stay on the black, stay out of the green.
And that's what we talked about. It's it's driver versus driver, but it's also driver versus track, and who can tame the wet track, rough conditions. Kai Mars seems to have done it. I don't want to speak too soon. It is a wet track. Anything can happen.
A little less than a lap and a half to go here as we watch.
And so that's, I think, the last driver of the 2 to go.
Here we go. Now it's going to be white flag out for Kai Mars as soon as he comes right here. He comes.
Out of 17, there he is.
Yep, and one to go for Kai Mars. Let's get an interval between Mars and Austin Warner now with 1 lap to go, 6.142. So Kai Mars comfortably in the lead and apparently pulling away. We've got a battle there towards the back of the field, behind the leader rather, as Mars comes gingerly through turn number 4 where so many others have had trouble. And he gets the ziggity-zag there through the kink and on towards turns 8 and 9.
Yeah, 3 or 4 drivers succumbing to the turn 4 trap. So if you were able to navigate through turn 4 without spinning, you stand to gain many positions. And Kai Mars was able to keep it on track the whole race, survive the battle royale.
Yeah, such as it is. That's right. Into turn 15 goes Kai Mars. Just 2 more turns to go, and he will have this feature wrapped up, the Tag Cadet feature. Here we come. Down to the line, checkered flag falls for Kai Mars.
And then in second place, Austin Warner. 7.1 seconds back. So, yeah, Kai Mars was
He
much
owned this
faster
one.
at the end.
Definitely was able to cope with the conditions pretty well. And I think everybody's going to be glad to get off this track. A few in particular, but that was kind of treacherous.
Definitely the story of this race was just crash after crash, spin after spin, surviving turn 4. And Kai Mars comes out with the win.
And he's into the tech tent way ahead of everybody else, too. So that'll help.
He might have been able to get out of tech before the rest of the field
they really got there.
even got there.
All right, so that will do it for the Tag Cadets and the Tag Rookies. We should get the next classification fired up pretty soon because I think we're about ready to get this program done. And, yep, and sure enough, there's a replay there. Oh, that was a tough one there. We saw that one. A couple of them took some licks in there as they actually collided. But a lot of slipping and sliding going on during this feature.
This was the start of the race. You can see how loose those carts were, and then we had that one cart that pulled off with a mechanical issue. Right. Unfortunate. That was the 26 of, that was Callan Berghofer. I had to park it and go spend. You can see how frustrated.
That's, through no fault of your own.
All right.
Mechanical failure is probably the worst.
Well, timing scoring has just updated, so we can get a list of the drivers for our
Lo206
Lo206 Senior and Master.
Masters, yep.
And 26 carts registered. So Rodney Earwood, Clabe Ferguson, Aaron Putnam, Chris Orencia, Frank Baldozer, Camilo Ortiz, Ryan Fiorentino, Cameron Estes, Banu Yedla, Theodore Simonov, Erickson Evans, Joe C. Davis, Shane Carthers, Carson Craig, and Ryan Snyder round out your top 15. In the 16th spot, Jarvis Lee, followed by Camden Trachtenberg, Matt Lassiter, Michael Gay, Harrison Browning, Juan Pablo Garcia, Noah Rivers, Adam Phillips, Paul McKilry, and Alistair Edwards rounds out your 25th. And running shotgun on the field in the number 9, Danny May.
Well, that's the entry list.
That's the
anyhow.
yeah. I always
He
say
may
this.
or may not be shotgun. We will find out as they disgorge them from the staging area and onto the track for this next feature. So we should expect to see less of the same as the track once again dries out as there's competition on it. Let's hope so. And it makes it interesting, but I know the drivers would rather race each other rather than racing the track.
Well, also we have, master and senior, so some of the, older folks coming out here to race, maybe a little more experience in the wet.
That was a lick that he took there. He seemed like he was just ready to get going again, though. But when you see the head snap back, it gives you concern, especially for kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. He was just ready to come on, come push me out.
Of course, kids can take a lick in the head a few times. They're just kids, is what they do.
I'm amazed. Yeah, when kids fall down, they never they just get right
Jump
back up.
Yeah. Oh, man, I fell down a couple weeks ago, and I have paid the price for the last 2 weeks. You just don't fall down as adults. Nope. Little kids can bounce back up, but us old folks can't do that. All right. Getting ready to get these Lo206s underway. Do we hear the roar downstairs?
I don't hear the roar yet. I think
Okay.
with this many carts, I think we're going to hear quite the roar when it comes.
Okay, I can always scrape the chair on the floor, maybe simulate it.
Simulate the noise. Well,
as long as we're talking about weather, or are we talking about weather? It looks clear. I mean, clearing up again. It's brighter out there. 86 degrees, so the temp just keeps on climbing up. I guess as these systems come through, there's warm air behind them. But yeah, 86 degrees right now. So are we going to, at 5:32 Eastern Daylight Time, it is 86 degrees. It can't get much warmer than that, can it?
I don't think so. I think as the sun goes down, gets behind the trees, it'll stay light outside for a while. So that is the good thing about running in the summer.
Yeah, and speaking of summer, this is the AMP Summer Karting Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. And, if you or someone you know is interested in driving on this track at AMP Kart Racing, Arrive and Drive Public Karting is open Tuesday through Sunday from 1 p.m. until dark. You can reach speeds of 55 miles per hour or more in the special European spec rental carts they have here at AMP. Weekday private track rentals and Grand Prix, pardon my French, events are available for groups looking to have a more exclusive experience. So to learn more about the public karting here at AMP, please visit online at ampkartracing.com. That's AMP Kart with a K racing.com. I should hear carts by now. I just
Well,
didn't
I think
read
they're because we lost so many carts in turn 4 and all around the track spun out.
got a bit of recovery going on.
I think they're on a rescue mission.
Then let's see. Let me find something else that that I read before, but it's been a while. Okay, here we go. If you want to get into kart racing but don't know how, try the one-day kart racing school here at AMP and learn all the basics of handling a real 80-plus mile-per-hour race kart.
Now, Bill, that sounds like it must be like $2,000 or something, some crazy number. How much does this cost? I can't afford that.
Well, before you ask, realize that their professional instructors will teach you all the fundamentals of kart racing, stepping you up from a rental kart to a full-blown racing chassis capable of pulling over 3 Gs in a turn. Now, since you asked, the program only costs $395, and it's a great way to explore the fun world of kart racing. Students must be 12 years of age and up to must be 12 years of age and up to participate in the full kart schools. They also offer a 2-hour version for juniors aged 5 to 11, and that only costs $149. So, to learn more about the different kart racing academies here, please visit online at ampkartracing.com. That's AMP, Kart with a K, racing.com.
All right.
And here we go. Good. We killed enough time there.
That's not furniture scraping on the floor. That is the roar of the carts.
All right. So here come the Lo206 Masters and Seniors on the track now for their 12-lap feature event here in the Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And I just got word that Skycam is on its way back up. So we're going to have full coverage here for this big, huge Lo206 Senior and Master race.
It really isn't an Lo206 race without Skycam, I've always said. So that's good.
As you've always said, yep.
I was just talking to my wife this morning about that. I said, you know, honey, it's just not the
It's
same.
not the same.
And at that point, she got in the car and left, and I haven't
Yeah.
seen her since. So.
Well, maybe we can go half and half on one of these condos here.
Coming at us, turn 17. I don't think they're going to get the green this time around, but they'll get a chance to reform, take the pass through, and we'll maybe get a green flag the next time by. Let's keep an eye on track conditions and just see how well they can handle it. You know, turn 1, that's going to be the critical spot because that's when they first realize exactly what shape the track's in when they have to get on the binders and make that first turn.
And, yeah, with this many carts in the field, you got to be mindful of people running into the back of you, so you can't brake too early, but you can't brake too late and lose the cart. So let's see. They look pretty bunched up now. There were so many carts, they really couldn't get side by side in time, so we'll see if they get them going here.
So you got our marshal back, brave enough to get back out on the track now, so that's good. Get back on the horse, I always say.
Yeah, I think once you start getting scared of it, that's when it goes wrong. So you have to just go back out.
I tell you what though, he moved pretty nimbly. I guess when necessity calls, you kind of have to.
I'll say Falcons are doing training camp right now, aren't they? Maybe you should go down to Flowery
Really?
Branch and try out. They need pretty much all the help they can get.
Yeah. I imagine getting hit by an NFL linebacker is like getting hit by a go-kart. Here we go. And green is
Green
out.
flag.
We are underway, and they are mixing and merging to go into turn number 1. And here we go. Let's see how they do. They come out unscathed down the hill. Down hard on the brakes, and it looks like most everybody makes it through pretty well. The real test is going to be coming out of turn 3 and coming into turn 4.
This is where we've seen all of the spins from last race. 3 wide at one point, multiple times, sliding all over, beating and banging, but they all make it through.
I think everybody was reasonably cautious because you just got to figure out what your limit is, and you want to find out the limit by approaching it, not going over it. And that's for sure.
I think also you watch that last race and see that 4 carts are out in the grass at turn 4. Maybe I need to take it a little easy, but I don't expect that to stay the case for the whole race, as this is the points-paying final, and I think everyone's going to push as hard as they can to get those points and the win.
Yeah, and they will push it and push it and push it until they do reach that limit as they figure out what that limit is. So coming out of turn number 17 for the first time, they come down to the line. Let's get a rundown of our running order here. That would be Danny May, your leader. Cameron Estes will be second. Michael Gay will be second. Then Erickson Davis, Theodore Simonoff, and Cameron Estes will be 5th.
So all the top, really, 13, 14, 15, like the top 15 are all the Lo206 seniors. Masters all the way in the back. So the race up front is for the senior division.
Danny May is no stranger to being in front of the field here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Takes them into turn number 9. He had a 1-second differential already by the end of the first lap. Behind him, Michael Gay has Erickson Evans in tow. So those two are going to contend for second right now and do what they can to catch up with Danny May as we come into turn number 16 of the second lap. Again, this will be the completion of lap 2 of the scheduled 12 for this Lo206 Seniors and Masters final. So May comes by. Let's see if he's added maybe another 0.2 to the gap between himself and Michael Gay. I would say he may be on track to run away with this, but given the condition the tracks are in, we've got somebody off track here.
Number 33 of Clabe Ferguson. So Clabe Ferguson out of this race. Unfortunate for him. You see some side-by-side action heading into the kink. They sort it out right before they get to it. That's a good idea because you don't want to go too wide through there. We've seen what happens. Does not end well. You can see the yellow flag waving at the end of the S's. That's where Clay went off. But still, Danny May out in the lead in the number 9 Kart, followed by Michael Gay and Erickson Evans is your top 3.
Beyond that, we've got just a single file stream of karts following behind Danny May, trying to make up that 1.2 second difference to contend for the win here in the Lo206 Seniors and Masters Final. We'll be coming back around to the line. Yep, Danny May hits the line to complete lap 3 now with a 0.4 of a second differential. So Michael Gay making up a little bit, making up a lot of bit actually on Danny May.
Side-by-side action into turn 2. All these karts negotiating for position.
And they charging up the hill and scooting or then back down through turn number 4 right by us, and it's going back and forth. A lot of action going on in that mid-pack.
Yeah, it seems like they're all trading positions, pushing each other to the front, swapping positions, in and out. Tons of racing in that middle section, that middle pack.
So it's May, Gay, Evans, Simonoff, and Lassiter, your top 5 now, as we are working on lap 4 of 12. Good view from Skycam as they come through turn number 12. I believe that's right. 13, yeah, no, that was 14, 15. Okay, I'll get my turns right eventually as we go. And now I know that we're watching them go through 16 and come out. Down to the line now, that'll be let's see if we get a differential here as Danny May will come by from before. Nope, I'm frozen up again. Oh, well, we'll just keep watching and see what happens. Danny May, your leader in the number 9 Kart, but it looks like the field might be closing in on him a bit. And that's them.
Big single file line of karts that they're all changing positions. Almost every lap, someone's in a different position. As they head into turn 9, it's just the heaviest braking zone on the end of that straightaway. As they make their way through the S's, all single file, so nothing to worry about there. But back up the hill here, this is where you see a lot of the action. People push each other up the hill, get good runs heading into turn 16 to set up for that run onto the front stretch.
And they are inside, outside. Ooh, nice move there going into 17 for a change of position back there. And still not getting an update on our positions here, but that's 2 by 2 coming across the line there.
And so this middle pack comes in front of the building here through turn 4, down the hill into the kink. As we'll wait, we'll give an update on our leaders here when we find them. On timing and scoring gets updated.
Waiting for an update here, but it's been off and on having trouble. And we got raindrops coming down again, so maybe nobody should put their slicks on. You just don't know what's coming. It's just a little bits of drops here. But
white
flag
is
there. All right, so that'll be lap number 11 complete. And waiting for an update where we're just going to assume that's Danny May still because nobody really challenged him. As he'll come up and over the hill. But that last reading said 0.4, but I think that was way more than 0.4. Something must have just glitched right at that moment.
I think that's Michael Gay in the second position. I think
Right.
Danny May is either way ahead or fell behind. No. So I think Michael Gay
That
made
is
the pass.
Michael Gay. Okay, so there we go.
So, yeah, at some point, Michael Gay made the pass on Danny May. As he has a comfortable lead over Danny. So, barring any mistakes here in these final turns, I think it's Michael Gay's race to win. As the rain, you can see it coming down on the camera.
And one sure way to tell is that if he takes the checkered flag, and he does, so Michael Gay will
With the
take
fist
the win.
pumps,
Yeah,
he's
he was
excited.
proud of that one, and I don't blame him. And the rest of the field coming by underneath.
Side by side of the line. Here we'll have a whole gaggle of cars coming through this middle section. 3 wide at the line. They're having fun.
Almost 4 wide. That's like one of those Ford versus Ferrari finishes there. So here we go. Finishing up the Lo206s, seniors and masters.
So, decent bit of action. It seemed like these seniors and masters were able to tame the track a little more. Of course, the track was a little drier, but maybe that experience pays off.
And now we have a lightning delay. So here we go. Once again, we'll throw some replay action up there or something, and we will step aside for a moment while we wait for the lightning delay to clear, and we will get this program finished up. You are watching round 5 of the Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We'll see you in a few.